Alrighty, I am live. Hello, hello. Still waiting on things to load, but it seems like it's doing its job. Okay, there we go. Now I can turn on the webcam. I think. There. Also, I have this little thingy down in the bottom left corner. I don't know, I can turn it off and on if I need. It might be annoying, but this thing down here showing my key presses and all the things that I change. So yeah. As I'm spamming buttons like this, you'll see that they're actually doing things. Although these are like the what do you call it? The brush sizes. So you'll see me hitting A and S a lot. But anyway, everything else is like zoom, erase, brush, space, move, pan, all that stuff. Anyway, okay, somebody asked for that, and I don't know if I'll keep that on. It might be a lot. It might just be random, unnecessary screen clutter, but I don't know. It might give some people an idea of just like, that it's not just pick a brush and then you just paint with it and never change settings. Like, there are settings that are being changed. Anyway, I thought that would be fun. Hope everyone's doing well. That's Discord. Let's do that. Not sharing my Discord. By the way, I have a Discord. If you want to join Discord. Yeah, anyway, that's since I'm screen sharing, yeah. Anyway, there's Discord. Don't know why I felt the need to say that, but there we go. Let's see. Actually, let's do the commands. I'll just do Discord. What else do we have? We have socials. There we go. Okay. I'm just going to jump straight in and start painting. I don't have any big plans right now. But if anyone, also we've got to double check and make sure I get all the chat open so I can properly see stuff. There we go. Okay, I'm just going to jump in and start painting. I don't really have any plans, so no plans for themes, other than the last couple of days I've done the plein air or virtual plein air paintings from, oh, there we go. Hey, Smith Sunny, how's it going? That looks like a solid color to me. I'm no expert, but E90,000. Okay, that's definitely... Okay, redeemed a color... color redeem. Yeah, it's just pure red. There we go. Fully saturated. Wait, 2 5-minute thumbnails? Okay, we got a... Oh, I see. We've got a thumbnail color, which is this one. And then we have a 5-minute thumbnail sketch. I'm not going to combine them, although that would be fun. But yeah. Good luck. Thanks. Yeah, it'll be fun. Obviously, I can't just paint with a solid color, right? Other than it'll just be a solid canvas. So I will lighten it, right? I will darken it. I will add other colors to it. Maybe some of the lighter color can be a pinkish. Maybe some of the darker color could be a, I don't know, a dark cyan or something, or a dark, almost black. Combine. I thought about it. I could combine them. I'll try to paint quickly anyway on the color one, but no, I don't want to combine them. It would be kind of fun, but maybe not. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I do think it'd be fun to make the bright red the main thing, you know? The good name Real. How's it going? Evening, chat. I ended up developing the sketch I started last stream. Ooh, let's take a look. Oh, this looks gorgeous. Holy heck, that looks so good. I love the colors. You did such a good job with this. That's amazing. That is extremely cool. Can I share this on screen? So yeah, when you shared it last stream, it was just a black, I mean, it was a black and white sketch. I don't want to say just, because it was really good then. But yeah, this is what it looks like now, and the color work is phenomenal. Like, the background stuff. Also, the brush work. I feel like I need to take some notes. I actually don't know. How did you turn this from grayscale to black, or to color? Because I feel... Did you just end up repainting it, more or less? Or, because, like... I really like the brushwork. I think it looks really good. Oh, you guys can't see, can you? Oh, you can. I really like the brushwork, and it doesn't look like you just did colorized. It looks like the brushwork itself is actually painted. So I don't, or maybe you did. I don't know. I'm curious. I'm curious how you do. What was that? What did that look like? It looks like a gradient map with some painting over it. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it could be a gradient map with over the values, but the brushwork itself, there's I feel like there's enough distinction. Yeah, maybe. That's true. It does look very gradient mappy. That's a good point. It's very consistent. But it's still, yeah, it looks nice. And the gradient maps are great. Gradient maps are awesome. I just very, very rarely use them. But I feel like it's still isolated. Each brush stroke is still its own value. Or maybe that's just because you had good value control in your brush strokes. I don't know. I'm making my screen black and white. You set up a gradient mask and then fully paint over it? Okay, gotcha. Oh, yeah, I would love to see. So that was the gradient map. Okay, and then you painted over it. Okay, because this is what I would have expected if you just did a gradient map. This has the brushwork in it, and like normally when you do gradient maps, you don't see each brushstroke as its own color because the brushstrokes are inconsistent and they're like so they're and this makes it look like it was hand painted. So yeah, no, I like that how you went over it. Yeah, that looks good. That's a cool way of working. Yeah, the painting over it. Yeah. That's good. That looks good. Awesome job. Okay, so red. Red is the color that we're doing for this one. I feel like this one, uh, get some red light shining in, almost like through a field. Get some of that red poking through in the foreground. Just really, really simple. But yeah, no, you did an awesome, man, yeah, those colors look good. I was gonna say I'm jealous. Maybe a bit. Teach me. Teach me your ways. Okay. Yeah, I think we can have some stuff sticking up here. A big old tree. What else? Maybe an even bigger tree in the foreground. Maybe this tree is both in the foreground and background. Maybe it's the same tree. But yeah, I hope everyone's doing well. And thank you again, good name real, or is that, yeah. Thank you again for sharing. Looked really good though, because nice use of gradient. Yeah, it is a nice use of gradient maps. I haven't really I never really liked using gradient maps because I struggle with it and it never looks good. But I think using it as a base is a nice way to do it. But I also feel like that's the part that I don't need to use it for because I feel like as a base I can typically get some pretty okay colors. But I do like using it as a base and then painting over it. I guess I don't know. I just haven't done a lot of that. But I really like the way that it turned out. Well, I'm going to put some bluish color in here just to shift the hue a little bit. I do want to keep that red hue because that was the color you picked. So I'm going to try to keep that reddish, or that, yeah, I'm going to try to keep that red in there. But I also want some of that blue-gray in here too. Because I think that's going to look nice. This is just a very typical foggy forest scene. This kind of thing is nothing fancy, but I think it'll be fun. Maybe there's some stuff in the hanging down too. I don't know. What if we carve into the scene a bit? Like, I mean, now I'm just painting the painting that was that good name Real just shared. Let's make a zigzag path cutting through the image like this. And then we're gonna put light background. We're gonna make the path really bright. And then yeah, there we go. No. Nothing wrong with a bright path though. No, I think it would be cool to do like a... Whoa. just straight up. I mean, yeah, the straight up copying. No, I think I do think it would be cool though to have like some of the ground plane go down a bit. And so maybe there's like a... I don't know, actually. I have no idea what I'm doing. Maybe these all go down more. Maybe all of this cuts down. I'm gonna mess it up, I think, and that's okay. A lot of these thumbnails, at least for me, I've thought about this. I mean, it's like the concept that I thought of, that I think most people probably think about a bit. Maybe not. Maybe it's just me. But the concept is like when you're learning, you know, allowing yourself to make mistakes and make ugly stuff. And if you just do what you know is gonna work, well, then, like, what did you learn, right? Like, probably not much, because you already knew what was going to work, and so you just did the thing that was going to work. And so I kind of know that, like, the direction I was just going could have worked, but I'm going to go somewhere that's a little different, and maybe it won't work now, but I feel like I want to try it. And so I'm trying to make, like, maybe some sort of path of, like, tree vines or something, just trying to make the shapes a little bit more different, I guess. And hopefully it will end up looking better. Yeah, this almost looks like spider webs. I'm not sure if I like that. Let's see. But yeah, these are always uh fun paintings to do. Just little paintings from imagination, coming up with ideas, trying to make some shapes that look interesting. Do we want the background less red? Maybe more gray? Looks almost like a geyser in the middle. Kind of, yeah. I'm not really sure what's happening in the middle. I kind of wanted... Maybe we do, like, these branches will be enough in the middle that will... It'll create, like, a focal point, kind of. Actually, what if we do this? What if we move this over here? Whoa, I'm on the wrong... I've been on the background layer the whole time. Oh, well. We'll just paint over it. More red. Yeah, hold on. I'll add more red. As I'm painting, I'm deleting the red. I'm not really trying to. It's so hard to just paint with pure red unless you know what the red's gonna be, right? Unless it's like a focal point. Yeah, I'll add the red back in. We'll add it in here. Maybe this area, maybe this tree thingy has these little bright red spots right in the nooks and crannies. Yeah, Skittle, I did the keyboard thing. It took me way too long. So for as easy as this was to set up, it took me way too long to set it up. Because all of the keyboards that, like, all the default keyboard things didn't got it up at APM, right? But all the keyboard thingies, the graphics and the overlays, they're all like set up for gamers. And so a lot of them, like, I had to go in and totally edit what is on screen because most of them have like the mouse and they have all the things. Well, it's not about the APMs, but I think it's some people are like, if you've never used the keyboard to paint, or like using your keyboard while you're using your mouse, you might assume that it's just pick brush and paint. And like there are things like using hotkeys to change the brush size, which I use like A and S for it, right? So as I tap them, it's making it smaller or larger. If I press and hold, it makes it smaller and larger. And I think some people just don't know, or like if, Control Windows C, right? You can see me pressing that. It's kind of like, I feel like there are things or even undoing and stuff, like Now you can see how much I undo if you're curious by watching Control Z and see if I do that. Actually, it's Control. Do I do Control Z? Hold on. What is my undo button? What if I do? Okay. I don't even know. Now that I'm thinking about it, what is my undo button? Oh, it's Control Alt Z. I'm like, what is my undo button? Okay, Control Alt Z is my undo button. You have your tablet set up right below the keyboard, so I can keep one hand on the keyboard. Yes, that's what I do as well. My left hand is on my keyboard. My right hand is on my tablet. Posture check. Thanks, Skittle. You like W to plus brush and S to small brush. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's good. Anything where it's just like, you know, one finger is there. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, that's good. Do you have it on an arm? Tablet in front of you? Although it would be weird to have my hand in front of my tablet. But I don't know. I'd have mine off to the side. Use numpad plus. See, that I don't like that because that makes me have to reach. I guess if you have your hands on numpad plus and minus already, like because you're using the other button numbers. But my hand is nowhere near the number pad. But anyway, I thought it would be interesting. Also, thanks for the hydrate, Skittle, and the posture check. You're a lefty? Gotcha. That makes sense. But yeah, I don't know if I'll keep the overlay, the keyboard overlay there. I actually, Skittle, so the reason this took me so long, I actually thought about you as I was setting this up, Skittle. The reason it took me so long, one is because there wasn't a default. Here, let me find it so I can look at it while I'm talking. There wasn't a default where it had all of these, so I had to take a whole keyboard and delete all of the other keys. But in doing so, I constantly, like, on first I accidentally deleted the L, and so I opened up my paint program and like went through the motions because I don't really think about what buttons I press most of the time, and then I realized L is still rebinded to my lasso, so I needed to go back in and redo it all, so because there was no undo button, so I had to go back in, delete all the keys, make sure not to delete L because I do use L, but I wanted to delete all the others because I don't really use those, and it just, you know, more clutter on the screen. You know, I had to make sure that I don't actually use any of the number keys. Control should probably be, I should move it down to condense it, but because control is kind of floating up there, or escape, I mean. But like, it was just kind of a pain because I had to delete each key manually because it was its own button. So it was a bit of a pain in the butt. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, key presses are so strange because like it's one of those things I take for granted and I just don't think about the buttons I'm pressing. It's just all muscle memory at this point. And so if you were to ask me like what's my hotkey for undo, I would be like, I don't know. Like now I'm aware it's Control Alt Z, Control Alt Z. Yeah. But it's not obvious at first because I don't even know what button it is. Like it's all muscle. Anyway, I like these little bits of red poking in here in these little nooks and crannies. I'm going to play those up, and I'm going to play down the rest of the colors. So we're actually going to get rid of some of the red. But then I'm going to bring it back right here. And then put some more red in here, just in the nooks and crannies where, like, these things sprout. We'll put some red. I think it looks kind of cool. And maybe this one, let's see. Oh, that's blue. It's a very blue color. You have your tablet behind your keyboard, and that was what makes it really hard to reach. Gotcha. I could probably fit it to the side, but I have a huge keyboard and a pretty small desk. I see. That makes sense. Oh. Okay, let's go down here. Color pick. I think this'll work. I don't. Yeah, it's okay. But yeah, we will see if this overlay thing becomes obnoxious or not. It might. Also, I had to learn how to chroma key backgrounds, which is a default feature in OBS, which is very easy to use, but I didn't know how. I didn't even know it had it innately, so I learned that. So, yay, learning stuff. Which is pretty cool that it has a default chroma key in it. So it's extremely easy. Okay, I kind of like what's going on in here. I'm sure everybody who has ever used OBS knew that you can chroma key stuff just by literally any image or any screen. I'm sure that is a surprise to literally nobody who's used OBS. Except me. It was a surprise to me. Okay, I'm adding in some misty looking stuff because... Partly because I don't know what I want to do with the background. And also because it's a way to get a little bit of cool light in here. So a bit of not real blue, but like kind of blue. And then I'm gonna come over here and make a new layer. Also, Control N is like my new layer, and it's quite the reach. I think it was Skittle who was saying that he uses like Control P for something, and like my fingers cannot reach. Like Control L, I can't reach, for example, and to do Control P is even more. I know you could use the other control on the other side of the keyboard, but who does that? So yeah, I do use L, but not Control L. My longest reach is Control N. That's as far as my little pinky finger. I do have control on the right side, but I can't reach over and hit it without looking. Like I've never used it in my life unless I'm typing, like actual with all 10 fingers. You have huge hands, the long fingies too. Yeah, that makes sense. Got those long fingers. Spindly. Okay, what am I doing here? Let's do... Oh, I just locked... What did I just do? I locked a layer or something. Let's do an overlay. No, maybe a soft light. Ooh, that's interesting. To be honest, I never use the right control, so I never think about it. Same. But I just don't have it set up to where I can use it. Like none of my hotkeys would even make sense with it there. Also, this is not looking good. Let's erase some of that. I want the blue light to feel more light. A glow dodge? That's very blue. That's too blue. Or that's too light. I don't think I like that either. Maybe pin light. Ew. How many more unique shortcuts do I use? More than 10? I don't know. Let's do a count here in a moment. I don't know if there's a way to track it. So I don't like pin light. Hard light. No, not hard light either. I don't know what I'm trying to do. Maybe I'll just paint it in naturally with an overlay. Maybe green instead of blue. No, I want there to be like a moonlight kinda. Like a very soft, warm, cool light. Like a, maybe not even soft, but directional cool light. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not too concerned. If I did an overlay, we could do like a deep blue, but I don't think I want deep blue like this. That I don't want. If you just talk out loud, I'll make a list. Well, it's hard because... Oh, you mean... Well, it's hard because, like, you might see Control hit and then E or, like, N, for example, but is that... Or Z and N at the same time. But, like, am I just alternating between them? Like, that doesn't do anything, right? So me pressing Z and N, as far as I know, that is a non-button hotkey. So there are like buttons I know that like I can press without doing anything, like N, and it's not going to change anything, right? Like it's not even its own hotkey. It only Control N is its own hotkey. And so that it's possible that, like, for example, if I'm already on Z, I might hit Z again and it doesn't do anything, right? Because I'm already on zoom. And so, like, sometimes I'll just, like, tap a button even though I don't have to because my hand's there and why not? I don't know. But most of the time, I'm pressing things for a reason. 5-minute thumbnails. Okay, hold on. I still got to do the other one. We haven't done the other. Okay, but for sure, I don't think I use more than 10 hotkeys. Maybe. Let's write them out. Let's try to write them out. Okay, this is probably going to be stupid, but control. And I guess a lot of the hotkeys I use are like combinations. So for example, control plus, what did I just do? Z, I guess? No, I don't even use control Z hardly. I use control plus alt plus Z. I use E. I mean, you can see that. I use E, I use B, I use A, I use S, because those are like my big and small buttons. I use L, which for lasso tool. But then there's things like this. Like once I make a selection, I use Alt E A S to rotate, right? And that's in succession because Alt opens up the menu for the top of the screen, right? E is edit. So Alt E is edit. A is here. You guys can't. Yeah, you can see that. That's the transformation menu. Then S is rotate, right? So I know that if I need to rotate, it's Alt EAS, and I do it almost instantly, right? My brain doesn't even comprehend that, like, what I'm pressing. So there's some things that I use that, like, I also use E to erase. But if I'm making a selection, E on its own is also part of the edit menu because I hit Alt first. So like if you hit Alt E, it opens up this menu. But if you just hit E on itself, it's erase, right? So going from brush to erase or opening up a menu. So I do use stuff like that. So a lot of these are redundant in the things that I do. Alt E A, right? So I'm using both erase and make the brush smaller because I've hit Alt. So there's like Alt versions, but I'm not holding Alt while I do it. So it's kind of hard to like, I definitely use more than 10 though, I think. But probably not much more than 10. Okay, let's do a 5-minute thumbnail. Let's sketch. Let me open up, the good old timer. The only thing I don't like about having this overlay thingy open is that it has to stay open. Like, it's a thing that has to be open. It's a window. And so it's just another thing that I have to open before stream. It's not a big deal. It kind of just sits there in the corner and eventually goes to the background and I don't even notice it, but it is there. So that's kind of obnoxious, but it's not too bad. Countdown timer. There we go. I don't see any rails. Yeah, no rails here. Nothing to derail. Okay, let me also clean up this background here because I kind of... Yeah, that didn't need to be like that. Okay, here we go. Let's do... Yes, 5-minute thumbnail. That's what we're doing. Sorry, I'm distracting myself. Okay, resume. Here we go. Minimize. Now resume. Okay. Blue, because we just did some red. Let's do some blues, some grays again. Oh, I know I'm using a green background, but I like the green here. It's kind of fun, like maybe a green blue or aqua or teal or whatever this is. It kind of has like a purpley vibe to it. Maybe something in the midground or foreground with some dark, and then also some stuff on the sides. I might just end up painting more trees. Oh, Control F is another hotkey I use. Ooh. Hello, Stremeagle. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. For what action? Flip. Flip my canvas is Control F. And then... Oh, Control D for deselect I use. So if I have a selection, yeah, Control D and then control, I just undid that, so I reselected it. But the actual buttons don't matter. I mean, this is why I was hesitant to put this on, because it doesn't, the actual buttons are irrelevant. It's more about like, are you capable of doing the things? Doing well, just finished running errands. Nice. Productive day. Wait, Stramigal, I don't know, but what I think wait, are you West Coast? You're like like you're like my time zone, right? Like Seattle time zone. I think. So yeah, that's cool. Getting stuff done early. I like that. Little bit of I'm East Coast, but I grew up in Oregon. Gotcha. Okay, it's East Coast. Okay, so you're 3 hours later than me then. Okay, never mind. It's not that early. I was like, dang, getting all your errands done early in the morning. Like, that's, I mean, it's still just it's before noon for me, so maybe it's not that early, but it's still pretty early. We're painting a lot of swamps today. Swampy paintings. Maybe we get like a character walking in here. An old person with I don't know, they look like an old hunched over person. Maybe they have a cane. I don't know why I like putting random people with canes in my images. I think it's just the shape. Be weary of swamp. Yeah. Yeah, that would be good to get done early, but I got to sleep later today, so that was nice. That is nice. Okay, maybe there's a place this person is going. Like there's a doorway. Maybe it's an old building. Maybe not. I don't know. What do I want to do here? I kind of want to just fill in this with a darker color. This could be light back here. I don't know. Maybe some more darker color up in the corners. Maybe there's some spikes. Spiky plants. I don't know. I feel like thorny swamps or something I don't paint a ton of. And maybe there's a bit of light here. I don't know. Maybe I don't like that. 5 seconds left? Okay. I'm not sure what's going on here. Some sort of, I don't know, place. This kind of makes me think of like a layer of like a creature, like a spider or something. Don't know why they're walking here. This feels like a pretty sketchy place to be. I'll go like that too. There, I kind of like that. This path here. Maybe we can go a little darker too. Like right in this foreground area. That's another thing I don't do a lot of, is getting super dark in like in the foreground, or just getting super dark in general. Like either I make my whole painting dark or not at all. And I feel like I need, you know, doing some darker stuff just in those little, just in the occluded areas would be a good thing to do. I like that one. That counts as 5 minutes, right? Very, very dark and spooky. We did two dark and spooky thumbnails right away. Let's do another one. We got another 5-minute thumbnail to do. We're going to restart it. Start. Okay, we'll do another. This one's not going to be dark and spooky. This one's going to be, I don't know, nice and not spooky. The opposite of spooky. Nice grassy fields, bright greens. That's toxic green. Whoop. Very vibrant greens. Some nice blue sky. Picturesque windows landscape. Windows, yeah, yeah. That's actually this sky is not blue enough. We need more blue over here. Nice bright. Look at that blue background. Okay, maybe a nice green blue foreground. I'm totally gonna turn this into a spooky landscape. I'm feeling it. I'm like, and then a big old scraggly tree and some bodies of, you know, some puddles that look really creepy. Just nowhere. Hold on, that's not the way we're gonna do. Let's undo all that. No, well, okay. Let's get some nice shapes in here for like the sunny foreground. There. But yeah, anyway, I hope everyone's doing well today. I can't for the life of me use realistic colors. I always end up putting crazy shades all over the place. Is that because, like, when you say you can't for the life of you, is that like skill issue, or is it like you just have a compulsion to go crazy with colors? Because I totally relate to the having a compulsion to go crazy with the colors. Painting from photos is definitely a good way to get realistic colors, though. Especially with things with lots of green. Which I am not doing right now. I mean, they're kind of realistic, but not really. There's a lot more grays and browns and stuff in real life. So you might get things like the shades like this. This is still kind of looking a bit funky. There's also a lot more nuance in real life, and so that's another thing that you see where, like, if you're doing a lot of like virtual plein air painting, you'll find that there's a lot of like patches of grass that is kind of brownish yellow. Then in that same patch, you're gonna have some little bright spots, and then you might have one little spot that's really vibrant green, and then the rest of it's brown again. And then you have random bits of gray rocks and stuff sticking up in there. And then you have this, like, another dark patch that's a little more saturated. And, like, every time these little patches occur, you have a whole wide variety. And then maybe within this patch you have, you know, stripes going one way, and then this one has these stripes going another way. And there's just so many textures and shapes in real life that are there's a lot more variation in colors and textures than you might think, and I think that plays a big part of it when you're doing painting. So I think it's nice to remember that, like, even in this painting, right, like, I'm very limited in the types of color. Like, all of the red is the same color, but if this were real, right, you'd have different variations of red. You'd have some darker spots that might be a little cooler. You'd have some, you know, maybe there's some orangey looking bits in there on the tops or whatever this is, if this is grass. And like, even within this, you'd have all this variety. And that's just something that you oftentimes don't do when you're painting from imagination. At least I've found. Hello, guys, says Pixel. Bit Pixel. How's it going, Pixel? Hope you're doing well. Also, Roy, how's it going? RX Inspire, hope you're doing well. Let's sketch in some triangular shapes. Don't know what these are. Maybe they're houses. Maybe they have a bit of roofs. A little bit of brownish color. Don't know what... Oh, time's up. Whoops. Well, I haven't done anything. I'm not ready for the time to be up. Maybe there's a bit of a path in here. Or a river, I should say. Some rocks. Very just peaceful, chill environment. Maybe there's a bit of a sunshiny ledge over here that's catching all the sun rays. In a big old tree. Off in the middle of nowhere. And then back here, there's some more. I don't know, that's pretty sunny. Should this be a tree too? We could do that. Little bits of tree here. I realize time is up, but I'm having fun scribbling in all these textures and stuff. There, that's kind of fun. And maybe there's a little bit of water back here as well. I like that one. It's a nice little scene. We get some trees. This one can be more overgrown, maybe. I think that's nice. There. That's a nice little scenic place. You could go for a little stroll. Maybe there's some more trees back here in smaller clumps because we're further away, so they'll feel like they're more tightly packed. There, I like this one a lot. This one feels much more nice than these, right? These feel very gloom and dangerous. This feels like you're, I don't know. Okay. I like that one. That's one of my favorite thumbnails I've done in a while. Canada says, I was curious how right-handed people utilize left side of keyboard. I, lefty, use numeric pad for brush canvas control. Oh, well, now you can see, because I have this thing, right? I just press them with my left hand. So my thumb is on the spacebar, or roughly situated where I can press the spacebar, and my other fingers are just here, right? So they're on my keyboard. I didn't mean to do that. I'm just hitting random buttons now. Oh, also, I do use C. C is for crop. I think I use every key. I don't think I use K for anything. I don't think K is bound. I think K is the only key here that I don't use for anything. I don't know if do I use G? No, maybe not. Probably not. I mean, it does something, but yeah, I don't think I use K. I think every other button I use. And I deleted all the buttons that I don't use, right? Like, you know, the I, for example, and the U. Even being right-handed, I can use my left hand for plenty of things. Yeah. Use K a lot. Yeah. Yeah, if you use the other... Everyone's going to use different hotkeys, right? That's kind of the thing about customizing your buttons, is you're going to have them the way that you want them, or the way that makes sense. I actually should rebind L, but at this point it's just such a ingrained in my head as like L is for lasso tool. But honestly, just looking at this layout, L is so far away from the others. There's no, even K would make more sense than L, and it's not used for anything. G, it could be lasso tool. Alt K. Ooh, yeah, I can't do Alt K unless I... What's Alt K? Alt K doesn't seem to do anything. Maybe if it's on the move tool, it does something. I don't know. I'm afraid to just hit random buttons. I might do something dumb. Okay, let's see. Let's turn that off and let's paint another scene. Or, you know what we could do? We could take this scene, copy, paste, move it over here, and I could do an edit. So I could go edit, tonal correction, hue saturation. I could change the hue to be something different just for fun. Like this. It's kind of sunset-y scene. Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. You're right-handed, and I tried to draw using my left hand, and it's very hard. I wonder how they draw. I mean, you know, same way you do, just not with your other hand. If it feels normal for you, it feels normal for them. They're just using their other hand. But I think hotkeys, if I drew with my left, I wouldn't have any issue using hotkeys on my right hand, right? Because, like, you don't need as fine motor control, I feel like, for hotkeys as you do for, like, controlling your stylus, right? So, like, I could hit hotkeys with my other... I mean, I have to relearn because, like, they don't translate to, like, a flipped board. But the hard part for me of doing left-handed art... I mean, once I set up my keyboard and stuff to be able to on my right side... the hard part would be the muscle control of my left hand, right? I don't know how I... Like, that would just be very clunky. Now, right now, I can't draw with my left hand because I have... Like, I can't switch brushes, for example. Right? Because I'd have to be cross-armed. But once I got that, I think I could do the hotkeys with my right hand just fine. I mean, it takes some practice, but... But, yeah. No, but muscle memory is fascinating because it's one of those things where, like, you try it and it's like, you know, the first time you set something up, it's super clunky and you can't even comprehend how you'll ever figure it out. And then in, like, less than an hour or two, you're just like, it's like it was never any other way. And to me, it's crazy how our brain can do that. It's pretty neat, if you ask me, which you didn't. Ooh, I like this greenish color. It's actually just a gray blue, but I really like it. Has a really nice color, in my opinion. A big tree. Maybe a big tree with some buildings in it. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I can paint with my left hand, but line art, definitely no. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why you need to switch hands. Use whichever hand is comfortable. It doesn't change anything. I feel like the specifics of how people make art or which hands they use or what their actual hotkeys are, I think it's completely irrelevant. I only put up my hotkeys thing today so that people can see, like, that I am pressing buttons and that maybe at this, you know, how often I press buttons. I don't know. I don't even know if I'll keep it up, but we'll see. Recently changed how I hold pens. It's starting to become muscle memory. Changing after 30 years. Yeah. That was my struggle with using Krita. And I mentioned this last stream as well. My struggle with using Krita wasn't that Krita was bad, because Krita was perfectly fine. The problem was that the way the tool worked was so subtly different. When I want to zoom, my muscle memory is hit Z and then slide my pen to the left or right, right? And then I can pan, and then I can go straight back to sliding my pen left and right. If I were to do those same movements in Krita, there is no way that the tool will ever allow me to do those same button presses, right? What I would have to do in Krita would be hold Z, then I can pan, and then I think maybe also hit control at some point in there. And then you can pan, but then you can't go back to zooming. You have to go back to hitting Z again. Because if you don't do that, it's going to mess it up. Because the second you try to pan again from this position, it's going to scribble on your page. Because you have to either hold it or you have to hit the zoom button, which sucks, which is like something else. So like, I didn't figure out how to set it up so I can hit the same buttons. And the reason that was important for me is because I don't think about the buttons when I press them, right? And it's so much muscle memory that I'll just find myself doing it when I'm not thinking about it, and then it messes up, then things are going wrong. And so it's this whole like retraining my brain process that I'd have to go through. So that was the hard part of using Krita. Nothing to do with the actual program itself. Just I already had muscle memory for a different function of how to zoom and navigate my canvas. Let's do this. Let's make this very not overcast, but like closed. What if we have like a little sliver of vibrant? Okay, I got an idea. Like a glow dodge in here with some vibrant yellow. Ooh, this is very similar to the painting that was just shared with us. The painting. Yeah, it's annoying you have to relearn after getting... Yeah, because, I mean, so much of art is this way, but really just lots of things in general. It's not... Like, yeah, the hard part is that there's so many things going on simultaneously, right? And so very, very quickly you get to a point where you're just not thinking about the buttons you're pressing because you're thinking about other things that are far more important. Also, the Forza atmosphere is really good. Oh, this one? Thanks. Yeah, this one is something. Very sunsetty. Like a nuclear explosion just blowing out the screen. No, I don't know if I want it to look like that. That's too bright. Let's tone it down. But I kind of wanted to put like a little bit of vibrant green peeking through. Yeah, something like that. It's a little bit of green in here. Maybe some little shapes poking up, breaking the silhouette. And this could be a little brighter. I do want to one of my experiences with this kind of color palette is it's very easy to get too saturated. And so I'm trying to keep it, or too saturated and also too like neon. And so I'm trying to keep stuff very desaturated except for where I want it to be. So like maybe here in these little green areas. And then some of these purple shapes can be very just simple. Again, little shapes here. I don't know what these shapes are, just like little rocks or mounds of something. Kind of trying to make them stand out. Little stones that guide the way into this environment. Maybe there's like, again, some sort of path here. We're not going to outline the path really. I'm just going to outline it in the stones so that you can kind of see that there's probably a path of some sort. Maybe we'll outline, actually, maybe we will outline it with grass. Little stones here. Maybe little tiny stones here. I don't know. just to carve out the silhouette a bit. And I guess these don't have to be trees themselves. They could be like a mountain with a tree on top. Something like that, maybe. Again, some more tree stuff on top. It's a posture check. Thank you for the posture check. Regarding the zoom approach, I think you should ask in the Krita artist forum. I think there's a way to configure it the same way as Clip Studio. There might be. I mean, it's pretty dang close. Like, from everything I could figure out, it's very, very close. Like, I must have fiddled with it for at least 2 hours just trying to configure the zoom feature. And there is a lot of customization in Krita, but I couldn't get it quite the same. And again, it's perfectly functional the way that I got it, right? And it was perfectly functional as the default way too. But just instead of, I didn't want to have to relearn a different muscle memory for different programs. I wanted to be literally the exact same. And maybe I just zoom funny on Clip Studio, and that's why it's a weird muscle memory, but I just couldn't quite get it. There probably is a way, but honestly, I think trying to explain it would make it harder, because I feel like with those types of problems, it's not, how do I word it? Like, it would be easier for me to just bite the bullet and learn, and just train myself, just spend time painting in it and relearning the muscle memory. But also, I don't really want to paint in it. I like Clip Studio. But if I ever had to use Krita, I would just relearn it. I would say it sucks for me. I'm going to struggle for a few days, and then I would learn it. But it's one of those things where, like, unless you already have my exact muscle memory, I don't even know if you would be able to understand the nuance of, like, why one way doesn't work for me and why another way does, right? Because it's really more of like a pattern of hitting buttons. Like, the buttons do the same thing, they more or less function in the same way, but it's the ordering and the timing, and it's just very weird. It's not a real concern, I think. It's just nitpicky. It's not like a complaint or anything with Krita. It's just more that, like, I wouldn't want to switch between the two programs when I can't use the buttons in the same way, because then I have to, like, think too hard about a basic feature like moving my canvas and zooming. Now, if it was like a brush feature, I think I would be more okay with that being different. But when it's just like a basic window navigation, that to me feels like it needs to be the same because I do it automatically. Yeah, there's not really a reason for me to switch. Yeah, exactly, Skittle. If I had a reason, I would be fine. I would just switch and I would be like, okay, I'll I'll do it and I'll learn it, and it would probably take me like a day or two to get used to it. But as it is now, zooming is a feature that I use so often, not to like zoom in, but to move, zoom out, pan, zoom in, like just like basic navigation, right? So just as an example to, it's one of those things that you kind of take for granted. If I want to move up to this upper corner, I oftentimes don't just move up my canvas. What I oftentimes do is zoom out and then zoom in, right? I kind of zoom out to see what I'm looking at, and then I zoom back into where I want, right? So it goes fast, right? It's a super subtle, but that little tiny subtle motion of zoom out, move, zoom in, it might only be a zooming this much, right? But it's just enough to where I hit the button and I'm zooming. If that little, like, it's almost like a tick for me. It's like it doesn't really even do much. I could just go like that, but it's just enough that, like, that's gonna mess me up in Krita, and I do it so automatically, and it would just take time to get used to. It doesn't really matter. Now, if you're going from Photoshop to another program because it's expensive and you want to flip the Verd to Adobe, then switching to Krita CSP is much more of a relevant thing for sure. Yeah, totally fair. Yeah. Yeah, maybe someday, you know, Clip Studio Paint will like turn evil or something, and I'll decide to not use their programs, and so I'll want to switch. And then I'll have to figure out what I want to do with my hotkeys, but it's not a big deal. Pretty insignificant, all things considered. That being said, if it was the exact identical experience of like the buttons I press and how the feature works, I would probably like then there would be no difference between me using the two programs, right? And so I could stream from either. I could, if somebody wanted to like ask a question about Krita, I could seamlessly switch over and like familiarize myself with it, and I wouldn't have any issue doing that. And that would be nice just from like a, a I don't know, like a educational point of view, kind of being able to be a little more comfortable with the program. CSP already turned to the dark side a while ago with their. That's true. They did kind of turn to the dark side with that, but they at least still have the perpetual license now. Yeah, I don't pay monthly, so I technically haven't joined them in the dark side, but yeah, the paying subscription is kind of annoying. What am I doing with this here? It's a big dark shape. Whoa, zooming around. Just trying to get a different view of it. I think the graphical shape here is not good. Let's just work on that. Let's come in here. We're gonna make this graphical shape a much better read. Actually, what if we go a little bit blue in this sky? Like, I don't want to go crazy blue, but just a little bit. Like, I feel like it's a little bit too... Like, the orange is okay, but it's got to be a little crazy, right? Ooh, this makes it look like it's smoky. Well, now it looks like there's a forest fire, which is kind of cool, actually. Yeah, and you have to pay a small fee in order to upgrade it. Yeah. I don't like that. I don't want to pay money to use a thing that I already can use. But I also kind of, I don't know. Like, I do get it. Programs that are constantly being updated and they are trying to add new features. Like, I get it. They are trying to innovate, and that's, you are paying them just like if you pay World of Warcraft or any sort of MMO. Like, there's kind of an agreement with paying them monthly that like they will keep on updating and supplying you with content, right? The difference to me with that and like a paint program though is that like I don't need all the bells and whistles. I'm not, maybe some people want that, but like I'm just trying to paint with basic tools. Like I do appreciate new bells and whistles, like don't get me wrong, but I don't need it to be monthly. Like, if a program is upgraded enough and it's good enough, sure, I'll pay more money to upgrade if that's what you want, I'm fine with that. Um, if I want that stuff, but I just don't feel like I ever need to upgrade because I don't know. Like I'm not a person who needs the latest and greatest new technology and new tools. If I was painting traditionally, do I need to upgrade my brushes more? No. Like you just find something that works. It's that same mentality. Like why do I need to constantly push myself to find new tools and new ways of working? I really don't. Like if I find something that works, I think it's okay to keep doing that, especially in art. So I do get the struggle there, right? Like artists inherently don't want to pay for constant upgrades, but at the same time you kind of do need to pay for them because if a competitor or somebody actually has a program that's way better, then you'll no longer be in business. or like how will you stay in business if no one's if it's a one-time purchase. Like I kind of get it. You need to do you have to have a business somehow, and I don't have a solution to that. And I don't like to say I empathize with big businesses because most of the time they are just scummy and deserve no empathy. But I kind of do understand the struggle of like, okay, what if you make a thing and like how do you spend money for research and development when no one will like there's no guarantee, right? You're basically just hoping to spend money like there's no incentive for users to switch really and to keep paying. And so like you feel like you're on a treadmill probably to try to supply them with new content to buy, and like it's kind of a crappy situation in my opinion. But on the other hand, it's also cool. Like if you were working for a business, if you had people basically throwing money at you with the intent of like innovating, that's kind of neat actually. Like like it is like as an artist, I am glad there are companies out there trying to make better tools for artists. Hopefully they're making better tools for artists and not just trying to cash on garbage AI. But if you're actually trying to make new tools, like I'm all for that, even if it's not obviously relevant to what I'm doing. And so it is a bit tricky, I think. So let's put some green in here. These fields can be green. They're a little neon, but I think that's okay. We can go a little more saturated down here as we get towards this. I don't know if I like how green this is. Kind of cool. Maybe some green up here. Lots of options. Yeah, I'm not really sure what I'm doing here. I guess I'm just kind of making little shapes. Skill says, back when I tried checking the update price last year, it was like 20 or 30 GBT or GBP more expensive to upgrade it from 1x to 2x and then 2x to 4 because yes, to upgrade them they make you have to buy each upgrade individually one at a time. You can't just go straight from one to the latest version. With CSP? Is that how it is? That's dumb. That's very annoying that you can't just jump straight to the latest version. I'm doing a lot of scribbling here, kind of to imply uh, different textures a little bit. That's only for Pro. I have X and it was well over $100 to jump up each tier, and they haven't added a single thing to X as far as I know. Really? They haven't added. Dang. Well, I'm glad I'm on whatever I'm on. I'm on CSP Pro, which I think is the wimpy. It's not. It's under X. I think X is fancier because they use like. I think CSPX has like the animation features and stuff, right? Pro is like the light version, as far as I know. And I am pretty happy with it. I like it. I'm making a little path here. This path doesn't look right. I think this shape here. we're gonna make out of the brighter green. There. Got that zigzaggy path that I like. That's not bad. X has animation and manga support and export and almost nothing else. Gotcha. Well, that sucks. Okay, let's go a little bit brighter. I don't know if this is gonna look good, but I'm gonna do a glow dodge with an airbrush in the background, just right along the edge here. Kinda just like a little bit of a light. Just enough to like graze the tops of these. Maybe not there, but like just some of this can be caught in light. There. And maybe this stuff can be brighter here. Almost like stairs going up or something. Little mossy stairs. I like that. I think that looks nice. And then here, of course, this can be lighter or darker. I think that works. Now, what is all this stuff? I don't know. Does it just continue downward and it's like a deep pit? I don't know. Anyway, this is a good spot to stop on that one. And then let's do another thumbnail. Let's do another thumbnail. Let's save that first. And drink my tea. Only an hour in and 4 thumbnails down. Not too bad. Granted, these were a copy and paste of each other. This one was just a color edit of this one. Or, sorry, the other way around. This one was a color edit of this one. But I like it. I think they turned out quite a bit different. Yeah, I like it. Okay, now let's do another. Let's do some blue. And some light blue. And some less purple. We already had a lot of purple. I'm liking today's thumbnails. I wonder, and this is something that's always really hard for me to tell. I wonder if I'm liking them today more because I spent a couple days doing like the virtual plein air paintings. And so painting from photos, maybe I picked some stuff up. Or maybe it was just enough time to like reset my habits. Or maybe neither, and it just happens to be a day where I'm happy with the stuff that I'm painting. I genuinely can't tell. And it's hard to tell because like some days you just are happy with your paintings and other days you're not. And so, but I am liking my paintings today. I'm enjoying them. So you better rebuy the new version and not upgrade. Yeah, I don't know when I will upgrade my Clip Studio. You know, I would I would take a sponsorship from Clip Studio if they want to pay for my upgrade and give me the fancier version. I don't know if that would ever happen. I don't think it would, but I don't know. Like, I do like Clip Studio and I like the product. I just don't have the money to spend on the upgrades. But if they wanted to upgrade it for me, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I don't, is that a thing? Do they do that? I don't know. They probably don't do that. But you know, Clip Studio, if you're listening, if you want to, it's like $40 for the pro version. That's what I have. I think I spent 25, or I spent the full price. So I think I spent like $50 on it. And then like a week later it was on sale. And I thought, you know what? Sucks for me. No, actually I take that back. It was on sale, and then like a week later I decided to switch over, and I'm like, crap, I could just wait a couple months because I know it'll be on sale again, but I decided not to, and I just jumped in and I bought it not on sale. I bought it full price for like $50 or $40 or whatever it was. And I haven't regretted it. I've really enjoyed it. Like, there's a lot of stuff to not like about their pricing structure and how confusing it is. Like, it's certainly not easy to navigate. And, you know, shame on them for making it so annoying. But I do like their program. I do like, you know, it functions well. I'm happy with it. So. It was really confusing, so I never upgraded. Yeah, they really do not make it easy for you to, like, use the stuff that they make. It's almost like they don't want your money. Let's... Have you guys ever ran into that? Companies who make it so hard to pay them, and you're just like, please take my money, and then you can't pay them? I had this issue with paying my phone bill once, and was it my phone? Yeah, it was my phone. And for whatever reason, and I actually ended up, no, I do not use that provider anymore because they were awful. Actually, it might have been Verizon. I can't, I think it was Verizon, but they wouldn't allow me to pay them. They're like, you know, it was like $20 a month or something. And I was going to online because I had it set up for auto payments, but I think I got a new card and I wanted to, like, my auto payment basically ended because it was a new card or new account or whatever. And so I went and I was going to manually pay it for the first time. And in the process, I was going to set up auto pay. But they wouldn't, for whatever reason, allow me to pay with that card. Maybe they thought it was stolen or something. I don't know. But they wouldn't let me pay them. And it was really stupid. And it was like, you must go in person to the store. I'm like, really? Like, can I just pay online? And there was a button I could click to pay online, and it wouldn't let me. It kept denying it. And so I went into the store to pay to pay them. It was only like $20 or something. And it also wasn't working for them. Like, they couldn't take my money either. And then they ended up making me come back with cash. I kid you not. They would not take my card in store. And it was like, seriously, like, why won't you take my money? like I just want to pay my dang bill. Like, stop. Like, you the worst business ever. Anyway, they wouldn't take my money, and so it was very annoying. But eventually I paid my bill, and then I promptly switched to a different provider because they sucked. But yeah, they tried their best not to take my money. A color redeem. What color would you like? If you would like a hex code, here's a hex color picker. You can pick a color. But while you decide what color colors, plural, doesn't have to just be one color. But while you decide, I will just keep painting on this. Red. Just like pure red. We already had a pure red today. We had this one as the color pick. Although I didn't strictly stick to that color. But we could do another one, I suppose. With red. Let's do another one with red. Just like pure red, like vibrant neon red, or like a more muted red, or dark. Maybe it doesn't matter. I'll probably use all of those colors. let's do this one, but instead of the front or the background being red, maybe we'll do the foreground being red. Any, okay. We'll use all of them. We'll just use all the reds. A red field. A field of red with a little bit of bluish grayish color. I don't know, actually. Let's see. Let's just scribble in some colors, some textures. Maybe we go... I actually like the green in the background here. It's kind of nice. Hold up. Hold up. It's just pure happenstance that it's there. Because that's the color in the background. Get some of that green in there. You know, can't go wrong with the classic green-red combo. But also maybe some blue in there. It's too blue. Maybe like this, teal. A green-red. I like that. That's a nice color. Okay. That's fun. This dusty gray. They want to cancel a perpetual license? How would that even work? Like, can't I paint when I'm offline? Can't I literally unplug my internet and paint? Or, no, I'm pretty sure I can, right? I don't think I need to be connected to Clip Studio. If they ever make it so that I have to be online, or I'm pretty sure I can paint when I'm offline. I think I've done that before. You can't actually? Wait, I can't? Are you sure? I think last time my internet went out, I'm pretty sure I painted because I didn't know what else to do. Are you sure that I have to be online? I think I can. I will disconnect from my internet later today. Not right now, obviously, because I'm streaming. It checks once a week or so to make sure your license is valid. Oh, weird. That's so dumb. Is that real? That's stupid. It should not do that. I'm annoyed at it. That's actually really dumb. Not being able to use a program offline when there's no reason to be online to do it feels bad, man. This kind of makes me think of like a river, not a river, like an eroded stone platform. Man, that makes me upset a little bit. I didn't know that that was a thing, and now that I'm hearing about it, I'm like, man, why you gotta be that way, Clip Studio? Yeah, it's a bummer. Yeah. It reminded me, so a while back, my internet went out, and I was like, you know, I'm gonna play some Minecraft. And at first, it was like trying to connect, and then it told me that it didn't connect, and I need to connect to update. And then after like a minute, it was like, would you like to play offline? And I'm like, oh my gosh, thank you so much. It lets me play offline. So at least that one lets me play offline. But yeah, not being able to paint offline is crazy. It's like actually disappointing. Ooh, I like the red tips on this. This is kind of a cool motif. Is that a motif? I remember the launcher in 1.x was so poorly designed, the cracked version of it ran better due to the lack of the launcher causing issues. Yeah. You know what they should do? Maybe not. I'm just trying to think what would benefit me without me having to pay more money. They should be like, you know what? we've seen that you've been a loyal customer for 3 years, and you use our program, like at least 4 times a week consistently, because we have all that data, of course, because you have to be online for it. At some point, just like give me the gold pass and be like, you know what, you clearly like you clearly aren't upgrading, and you're never going to, because we've dangled all these new updates in front of you and you haven't taken the bait. So like, why don't you just like, like, here, you've earned it. You can paint offline. Like, we don't need to try and like tempt you with our stupid online shenanigans. Like, we know that you're not gonna do it. So here you go. You can use it for free. They should just like, at some point, once you've proven yourself that you're not gonna like, you don't need to be on. I don't need to be online. You putting ads in front of my face clearly isn't gonna make me pay. So just let me paint offline. Admittedly, though, I'm always online, so it doesn't really matter. But, if my internet goes out, sure would be nice to be able to use the program. And I'm just spitballing ideas here. Probably not a very good idea, to be honest, but hey, one can hope, right? If only. I want to paint when the apocalypse hits, right? Imagine everything goes to crap and you're like, you know what? Do you guys ever see that Twilight Zone that a guy, I think he's like a bank worker, he goes into the vault and for whatever reason it closes or something. I don't know. I don't even exactly remember maybe it was like a bomb shelter. I don't know. Anyway, he goes into this vault place, and then while he's in there, the apocalypse basically happens, and everybody dies. Like he's the last. All he wanted all his life is to have some peace and quiet to read his books. And so he goes out, everybody is gone, and he's like, finally, I have all this peace and quiet to myself. And then at the very last minute, he like steps on his glass. He drops his glasses and steps on them and trying to find them. And it's like this. It's really sad because he he can't see without them. But like his one thing that he wanted to do was find time to read, and then he finally gets it, and then it's like taken away. That's what I feel like would happen. Where this person just wants to paint digitally, and then the apocalypse happens, and they realize they can't paint because they don't have internet and they need it because their thing needed to somebody needs to do like some sort of like an edit of that Twilight Zone episode, except replace it with like online products, like for things that you've paid for in quotes, but you can't play your video games you've bought because you aren't connected to the internet. Just like some sort of edit like that, because I feel like it's totally relevant. Like we've paid all this money, and yet you don't actually own the thing. What's the update? Oh, no update. Just in order for you to update to the newer versions of Clip Studio, you have to pay like monthly or something, or more money. I don't know. They just have a weird payment structure. I have the perpetual license, so I'm just using. I've only paid once for it, but you have to be online. You have to be online to paint, apparently. Or at least according to Druffzilla, I think it checks once a week. I think that was Druffzilla who said that. To make sure that you have the license. So like if you're not online, then it'll eventually lock you out, which is dumb. Oh, it wasn't you? Okay, it wasn't you. Maybe it was Pepperly. It was somebody. Somebody. It probably was Pepperly. Gotcha. Okay. Krita's new update looks sick. Oh, I haven't seen anything about it. If I have the mental fortitude to move my shortcuts from CSP to Krita, I'm going to have to try it out. Ooh, so what's the update? In Krita, there's some better text, among other things. Some better text. That doesn't sound very exciting. I'll be honest. I don't think I care about better text. As somebody who doesn't use text. But no, updates are cool. And Krita seems like they have their stuff together. They seem like they do a good job. I am curious. So I actually don't know much about Krita. How does that work? Like, what's the company behind Krita, and how do they make money? Is it just people doing it as like a passion project, or are they part of some other thing? Like, what is? I don't understand how Krita functions. Is it through donations? Just like, do they have a Patreon, or like, what's the? How does a company keep making updates for a program like Krita? Hello, Iron Matt. How's it going? I think Krita is open source community developed through donations and sponsors. Gotcha. Okay. I think Krita is donations and volunteer updates. Okay, yeah, donations make sense. That's cool. I'm glad there's people out there doing cool stuff like that, like updating programs that are useful and good and not making a bunch of money. I feel that's how I feel about VLC, like VLC Media Player, the orange cone. So good. It's like I will gladly keep using it. It's free. I don't have to pay, and I don't know how they can. They've been a thing for a long time, and they keep on updating and not keep on updating, but like I don't feel like they have as many. I don't know. It's very. It feels like it's a good program. And then there's like what is it? I don't know. I think there's a few programs like that that seem to do a good job. Also, anyway, here's the red painting for the color thumbnail. I have a short video about the update. Sent it in general. Okay. I don't know if I want to watch it right now because I'm painting and I struggle to do things like that while I'm streaming, but I will watch it after. Maybe I should watch it now. Okay, you know what? Let's watch it now. Let's just say screw it. I will find it in general. Okay, Krita has a short video. Okay, it is only a minute and something long. Whoa, loud. Jeez. That was loud. Okay. Edit text directly on Canvas. Oh, that's kind of cool, actually. That actually was pretty neat. Ooh, that's fun. I mean, I don't use those features, but that looks nice too. Everything here looks useful. That was just basic. Wait, hold on. That sword thing was just a normal. Wasn't that just like a basic transform? Wait, could you not rotate a transform box before? That feels like an update they should have had long ago. Can't literally every program do that? Pretty sure every program can do that. Ooh, pixel art stabilizer. That's fun. Anything with pixel art's cool. Pretty sure you can rotate the transform box in CSP. Can you not? Wait, I don't think any program can transform the bounding box itself. Oh, maybe I do it. Hold on. Do I do it in two separate motions? Hold on. Maybe I do it in two. Let me. I don't even know because I do it without thinking. Hold on. Let me see. Let me duplicate all this. Yeah, you might be right. Maybe I can't. Okay, so if I'm doing this and I want to like, this is scale. So okay, with scale I can, and I can stretch it. Whoops, and I can like do that, right? Isn't that what they're doing? Aren't they just doing this? Like, aren't they literally rotating and then squashing one end? Isn't that... No, watch again. What are they doing then? I must have misunderstood. I felt like they are doing... Okay, they took the thing, they squashed it. Wait. Oh, the bounding... Okay, oh, I see. So the... Okay, so the box itself... What does that do, though? It just makes it so this becomes the axis that it's squashing along? Oh, I see. So if you had a shape... Okay, I think I get it. So if you had a shape that was like this, and you wanted to squash this shape this way, you couldn't do a selection like this and then squash it. I mean, yeah. So technically you'd have to do that, and that doesn't work, right? So they're making the box whoops, not like that. They're essentially first rotating it, but not the... So the way I would have to do that would be this, right? So it would be something like this, and then I would squash it. Well, ignore the fact that I'm on one layer, and then I would rotate it again, right? So to me that would take like an extra step, right? I would have to make it separate, rotate, drag, and then squash. So they're doing like an extra... Okay, I think I get it. So basically, in order to squash along this axis, I would have to rotate it first, but you can... in Krita now, you can just rotate the box itself. Seems useful, I think. Yeah, I guess it seems useful. I guess... Yeah, it's funny because, like, for me, I guess when I do that, I don't really think about it. I've never... It's never considered... Like, if I wanted to squash this, for example, I would have always just gone like this or something. Like, I would have made the selection, rotated it this way, probably, just without thinking, and then squashed it this way. And then I would have it here to, like, move and do whatever I want, right? So the effect is the same. But yeah, it is way more clunky the way that I do it. It would be nice to have a feature. Okay, that's cool. I take back what I said. Not every program can do that. Okay. I stand corrected. That's neat. No, that's cool. Freehand wind slow. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Although, admittedly, I have never once in my life used the stabilizing function. Maybe it's because I don't do like line art and want my lines super nice, because I don't really care too much about that. So a lot of these things I feel like don't affect me, but this is super cool. Everything I'm seeing looks neat. and much, much more. Is it though, or are you just showing us the highlights? Like, if it was much more super cool stuff, surely they'd show us. Also, what was the 3D stuff? Did they not show it? Maybe that was the much more. No, that's cool though. It looked like a lot of good stuff. That's neat. Yeah, those look like good updates. That's cool. Yeah, Critis definitely Critis seems good. I still don't like the zoom thing. I haven't figured out how to make it function the way that I want, but I'm sure there is a way. If there was, I mean, I don't know if I would switch, but maybe. Okay. So yeah, here's that thumbnail, the red thumbnail. I also hate the zoom thing. If that's my number one reason not to go in, but also resetting all my shortcuts is the other one. True. Yeah, so that was the first thing I did when I opened up Krita was reset all my shortcuts. And that is annoying. But again, I could get all of my shortcuts to be the same function except zoom. Zoom is just weird, like having to hold control, or I don't even remember anymore. Because I haven't used it in so long, but yeah, something like you had to hold control, or you could technically hold another button, but you had to hold it. You could do like there is a zoom tool, but that's not what I'm talking about. I don't know. I probably just didn't find the right thing. I'm sure it exists. I'm sure there's a way, but I never figured it out, unfortunately. Maybe I'll have to give it another try of fiddling through the panels and the settings. All right, let's do something. I'm just making shapes over here now. When did you use Krita last time? Sometime last year, I think it was. I think it was within the last year. I did a whole stream where I had never used Krita before, and basically it was me learning Krita. And I think it was last year. I can't quite remember. For all I know, it could have been the year before, but I think it was last year. You always use control and space to zoom out of habit of Photoshop? Yeah, so wait, space. So space is always pan, right? But like, yeah. Can I zoom with control? No. That drags my canvas. But yeah, I mean, the hotkey itself doesn't matter, but yeah, I like to be able to zoom and then space to pan and then continue zooming. I don't want it to snap back to my pen tool. And I think, doesn't Krita snap back to pen tool if you want this feature of like zooming freely and then move and then zoom again? Like, I think when you let go of the button that you press to use zoom, I think it defaults back to your brush, which I get it. That's a neat feature to be able to like zoom and then default back to your brush. But I just have such a habit of not defaulting back to my brush and staying on zoom that's the way that I use it now. And again, there is a zoom tool, but that's not what I'm talking about. Because the zoom tool in Krita sucks. But there is like the what do they call them? Like a temporary hotkey or something. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's user error. I don't want to trash it too hard because I'm pretty sure it's a me issue. I just haven't ever figured it out. I spent like 2 hours on it or more trying to figure out how the heck to make the right hotkey. If you press control and space to zoom, it goes back to whatever tool you had zooming before pan. Yeah, see, I don't like that. I think that I understood when I was using it. I don't want it to snap back because I do a lot of this, right? Where it's like a lot of like things. I don't want to have to keep pressing control or space in between each zoom and pan, right? I like that panning goes back, and I think that's the same on Krita, right? If I'm zooming and then I want to stop and pan and then zoom again, I like that it goes back to zoom, but I couldn't figure out how to make it stay on zoom the first time because zoom seemed to only be bound to like a kind of like my space is bound to like its own little like intermediate action. I don't know what you call it. I couldn't find a way to make zoom not bound to an intermediate action. At least not a zoom that functioned like this. There is a zoom tool which did I think Clip Studio has something similar. But it would make like a box and you could select with the box and zoom, but that's not the one I'm talking about. Anyway, it's not a big deal. I don't know why I'm rambling so much about that. It genuinely doesn't matter too much, but I guess it does probably to me a little bit, because that's like the one reason I'm not using Krita right now. So I guess it does matter to me. But it doesn't matter in terms of like my opinion of the program. Like, I think the program is great from everything I can tell. Hello! You so good. Hello! On YouTube, how's it going? I'm so good. Thank you. I'll just take the compliment. Thank you. I was gonna say, I don't agree. But, I appreciate the kind words. Hope you're doing well today. Whenever people give me compliments, I just shoot them down and tell them, you're wrong. But no, I appreciate kind words. Let's make some fluid motion. Let's add some color. I like, as much as I like monochrome paintings, let's add some bright, I don't know, like turquoise or something in here. Maybe around the edges, adding a little bit of vibrant color to make it look a bit more crystalline or something. But you're serious? No, I appreciate it. Thanks for popping in. Drufzilla says, I think customizability is very important. It's an accessibility feature. It is. And to be fair to Krita, it is very customizable. Like, arguably more than any other. I mean, Clip Studio is pretty customizable too. But Krita is very customizable. So I didn't have any issue with that. Except for that one issue. I didn't have any issues except for the issues I had. Okay, maybe we want this to be off the nah. I think off the canvas is fine. Okay, let's maybe add some of that teal in here too. I just want to slowly build up colors because I don't want to paint monochrome. I've been similar to how we were talking about the real life painting stuff from last stream. So these paintings, the thing that I noticed was just how nuanced some of like the backgrounds or the textures and the colors. They're not just one color, right? They're a whole variety of things. Especially in like here, you have bright colors and dark colors, right? You have all sorts of stuff. And so I kind of want to emulate that in this and not just have a single monochrome color, right? So maybe I have some colors here. Maybe there's some purple grays, you know, or some pinkish colors. Maybe there's even some yellows or something. I don't know. Maybe not yellows. Maybe that's too bright. I don't know. Not sure. Skittle says, ideally, they just need to make the smooth zoom a feature of the zoom tool rather than quick tool invocation, control space. Yeah, I think so. Well, their zoom tool is awful. I don't know who in their right mind would ever use the zoom tool. The zoom tool gives me like what somebody who, you know, those enhance scenes in the movies where the enhance and then they draw a box, and then it zooms into the box. That's what the zoom tool on Krita feels like, and I don't know who designed it, but I can't imagine anyone actually uses their zoom tool like that. That feels like the most clunky, unintuitive way to zoom ever. Like, I kind of get it. Like, oh, I want to zoom into this portion. Then you select it and it zooms in. But, like, it just feels not like that's not. Is there anyone who actually uses that tool in that way out because they like it, or is it out of because that's the way they learned it? Yeah, I think everyone who uses the Krita uses the control space to zoom. Yeah, probably. I would not be surprised, Skittle, because the zoom tool just feels like it's poorly designed. I don't even know if Clip Studio has something like that zoom tool because it's so bad. I just can't imagine putting something like that in a program. But again, to Drefzilla's point though, you know, it is nice to have a feature because maybe somebody likes it. It could be an accessibility issue, and maybe it's useful for someone. But it definitely reminds me of those enhance moments where they make a box and they're like enhance, and they you make a selection and it zooms into the selection and they're like enhance again, and then they make another box and it zooms into the box. That's what it reminds me of. For those who don't hear, I want to show you guys. I want to show you because it's funny. And maybe I'll be proven wrong and that my memory is wrong, but I'm going to open up Krita right now. Can my program even handle it? I don't even know if my computer can handle opening up another program. We'll see. I'm going to do one more thumbnail. One more mini little painting. Numeric plus and minus can be used for zooming across all programs. Oh, that's nice to know. But see, again, I wouldn't use that. I want to do it the way that I want to do it, you know? I want to do it the way that I'm already comfortable. Okay, here's Krita. Let's go to this. This is an old file. Okay, so zoom. Okay, so I can zoom with Z. You said control space. No, that doesn't work for me. I think I rebind my key. Also, this is really slow. But then I can pan, but then I have to go back to holding control. And I don't like that. I think I'd have to reset my hotkeys. How do I go in? This is Krita now. Let's go back in to hotkeys. Edit. How do I edit hotkeys? Option somewhere. Where are options? Settings. Okay. Configure Krita. Configure toolbars. Probably here. I just want to restore defaults. Okay. Restore defaults. Is that done? There we go. Yeah. So that's the one that Skittle was talking about. Yeah, Control Shift. This is awful. This is the one that I was doing with Z. Because then I want to, when I pan, I have to let go of both. I can't just... I mean, I guess kind of you can let go of just control and keep holding space. And then you hit control again. And then you hit space. And then you hit control again. But I don't like that I have to keep hitting control. Like, my pinky is weak. I don't have big pinky muscles. Do you guys... Okay, some of you aren't going to know what I'm talking about. But if you guys... Have you guys ever played Minecraft? And in Minecraft, crouching is to hit control. And, like, there is a toggle, but if you don't use toggle settings and you have to hold control, if you're trying to, like, bridge over a lot of lava or over the end and, like, you don't want to fall off, you have to keep holding crouch for extended periods of time. And it makes your pinky sore because it's like, it's you know, you're using your little tiny pinky muscles. I don't like that. I don't like have to hold control with my pinky finger. It just feels weird. I guess I could use my other finger. But it just is not... It is not intuitive. Also, it has a weird zoom speed. Anyway. It's just... I just don't like having to keep holding down a button. Like, I guess you would get used to it after a while. It's just so awkward. Anyway, okay, I'm closing this. Don't save. I realize how nitpicky that is. It is not a big deal. Okay. This is a stream where I just complain about Krita's zoom feature for 2 hours. Maybe someday they will have an update and they'll call it the Joe update, and it'll just be an update to appease me, even though I don't use the program. You can zoom in and out with the control button? Yeah, I know. That's what I was using. But it sucks that you have to keep holding it. I don't want to have to hold it. I want to press it once, like I do with this, and hit the one button, and I can zoom, and then I can pan, and I can zoom, and in my hand, I can zoom hands off, right? I don't need to keep holding the button, and then I can go back, and I can paint again. My pinky finger can't put up with that abuse. Too much effort. Okay, what am I doing here? Let's put some colors in. What is the most unimportant thing I could complain about today? And let's pick that as the topic. Zooming in a program I don't even use. But yeah, anyway, hope everyone's doing well today. And if anyone's painting stuff, yeah, you should share. Okay, what should I paint? I don't know. I'm just making shapes right now and hoping that the shapes are cool. Ooh, I kind of... You know, after this little painting here, I kind of like the idea of doing like a plumage with like colored plumes, if that makes sense. Like a... How do I do this? Maybe I'll start with the teal, like I did in that other painting. I want similar values. Not plume. I don't know if the plumes aren't the right word, but like as you go away from the thing. So here, for example, if I draw something like this, as I go away from this, on the outside, it shifts gradient or it shifts color, but not value, just color. So it could be plumes, but really here, maybe we'll just make straight up a plume. Like a peacock plume. And then on the outside is like a bright green. And then we can go yellower. Like birds' feathers going it doesn't have to be in that shape, but like as it goes outward, you start with one color, kind of like a gradient, but it goes outward into a gradient. And just like something in an environment that has that motif. I don't know what it would be. It could be mountains with a gradient that kind of go outward, if that makes sense. I don't know how to describe it. I mean, I'm showing it, right? And then maybe this gets into like reds or oranges, and we get like another color up here. And you kind of have like a... But again, this is very one-dimensional, right? But like maybe it's something that isn't that one-dimensional, that has these same sort of gradients going on. I don't know. So like it could be like a tree where the top of the canopy is very vibrant. Hydrate. Thanks. Thank you. I don't know if I said, but I have some really good mint tea. It's like a black tea, but it has mint flavor. It's really good. I've been quite enjoying it. I was seeing a tree in the plumage also. Yeah. And I don't exactly know what I'm going to do or how I'm going to do it, but it would be kind of cool. I don't know. I always liked like colorful stuff like that. And I'm not sure exactly how I want to do it, but, you know. I realize the gradient map should probably not be a bad use for it. I was seeing a tree. Oh yeah, Skittles says, "Ooh, that sounds nice." Yeah, it is good. It's a really, it's very tasty. Okay, here we can put some shadows. And I don't want the plumage to be a lighting effect. That's another thing. A lot of times when I do like color gradients, it's because of light or light and shadow. I don't want it to be a feature of the light. I want it to be independent of the light. So like I can still put a shadow in here and it will still have that color gradient. So it's not a matter of value, it's a matter of the like the local color. And that's something that I feel like I've always kind of maybe struggled with a little. I don't know. I'm just playing around. Just playing around. Maybe this should go up more. I don't know. Maybe I don't. There's not enough real estate here. There's. I gotta do something. Maybe like that. Maybe these are going this way. And then maybe there's stuff hanging down that's brighter, like a bright yellow. Or if not a bright yellow, like a dark yellow, maybe. And I guess it does. You don't have to see the whole thing. I don't know. This might be a failed experiment. Like we're like underneath the trees. I don't know. I feel like there's still something here. We're like underneath the tree canopies. What if I do something crazy like a glow dodge? Just slap that in there. Maybe, but not with that. Maybe with a brush like this. Like an airbrush. It's getting very bright. Some dappled light. Almost. Almost dappled light. Something like that's not bad. I don't know if I like that. I think I do like it. Okay, I think I like this, but what I want to do is take this this color, select this brush, and bring back in this turquoise color. And then this can be the light, the color of the light right here. Something like that. So this stuff okay, so the plumage idea kind of is gone, but that's only because I didn't know how to show it. I don't think this underside of the canopy is the best way to show that, and so I'm kind of ditching it for this painting. But I am liking the colors here. Probably have some issues with values a little bit. And now, because there's so much blue there, I'm tempted to put more blue back here. Just to, like, show that the blue is poking through. To kind of contrast that bright light. It's gonna make the values a little wonky. And I think I'm okay with that. So long as I bring back in the light where I need. So for example, in here, I can turn it up a little bit. I think that'll work. Putting some of this bright yellow in here. But yeah, some of these values are getting a little bit hard to see. I'm going to make a new layer here. Just to be on the safe side. I think this isn't bad. Value-wise, it's a little bit wonky still. But I think if I just go in here and make sure these edges are pretty crisp. In fact, I can probably even bring up the lightness a little bit here. Just like right in the nooks and crannies of this tree. Again, I want these edges to be a little more crisp. Kind of like that for the lighting. Not bad. There's some funky purple color in here too, which is kind of neat. I mean, it's not really purple. It's actually okay. Sometimes people ask about color picking, or pick. How do you decide colors? I think this is a perfect example. So you're looking at all this greenish color and all this bluish color, you might, when you see this color right here, right, this one that I'm circling, you might see that as like a little bit purple, right, or a little bit pink. That to me, that's, well, one, that's just straight up color relativity, right? It's not actually purple. It's just a desaturated blue, right? But your brain might see it as a little bit reddish, a little bit purple, because what it's actually doing is seeing it as like the opposite, right? Like the color gradient is going basically through gray and trying to pop out the other side. So you might see it as like this color or something, like, but just very, very dull, right? And so this is where I think you can take the color that you see, like this purpley color, and you can add it back in, and you know the colors are going to work. You don't have to go heavy-handed, but if you want to just like, you know, put flowers in there or do something where you're taking the color that your brain already thinks you see, and you're just helping it along. You're nudging it across that gray path, and you're adding in some of those purples. And I find that's a way to make the colors work, because they're already kind of in your image. Not exactly, but like, I don't know. I like that way of adding color. You're basically letting the colors that are already there dictate what other colors you can work in your image. So like even when I do this, right, and I color pick, it goes back to that same blue that we had before. And you get that color of blue by adding this purple in a light gradient, right? And that's how you get that blue. And so this is kind of the color that your brain saw because it was so similar to that other color, right? Like this purple looks like a grayed version of that. Or this blue is a grayed version of this purpley color. Anyway, that's how if I want to add an extra color, that's what I'll do. I desaturate the thing first, see what color it looks like to my brain, and then you can pick that color and actually add that color if you want. Or you can keep it desaturated. Okay, now I feel like we can definitely go more saturated in the green direction if we want. Like a yellow-green or something in here. Kind of this has a bit of like a maybe not surreal feeling, but it's very like floaty and soft and I don't know, like a fairyland or something. Like cotton candy clouds. Something like that. Maybe little bits of shapes in here. Yeah, very yeah, definitely fluffy. I like it though. Also maybe some other shapes back here that look like more trees. Paint the negative spaces in here to kind of carve out hypothetical tree shapes that just kind of... Oh, that doesn't look like a good tree shape. That looks like a cross. There. I like that. That actually... This has a nice feel to it, I think. And I do want this to be a little blue over on the side here, but I don't want it to be as blue, because if I go super contrasty like this, it's gonna... I think it draws too much attention. So I'm trying to, like, paint very blurry and soften it. Something like that. Keep a bit of a vignette over there. Anyway, there we go. Very, very soft. I actually really like this thumbnail. I could see myself rendering this one and making it, blowing it up and making it larger and actually painting like all the little leaves and things. This kind of painting's fun. Okay, I think this is a good spot to call it. Now, well, not call stream. I'm not ending, but let's vote and figure out which one we work on. Yeah, it might be a little soft. Maybe a little darker values could be good. Let's move this over here and do paint bucket. You know, speaking of hotkeys, because we were talking about those, one hotkey I don't have is the paint bucket hotkey. I have no idea what paint bucket hotkey is. It is, if I hover over it, does it not have one? Do other things have hotkeys? How do you know what the hotkey is? I don't know. But I don't know what my paint bucket hotkey is. It seems to not have one. It probably does. I just couldn't tell you. Uh-oh. Oh, I don't know why my background color changed. That was dumb. Whatever. We'll just paint the bluish color behind it. Some cleanup. Actually, we don't need to clean it up. We can keep it kind of messy. Okay, yeah, let's move this over here. And then I'll make a new layer and cover these up. G. The internet says G. G. Nope, not for me. That's something else. I think I've changed my hotkeys at some point. Wow, really cool thumbnails today. Oh, thank you. Comnino Speleologos. Your name, I don't know how to say your name properly, but thanks for popping in on YouTube. I appreciate it. And thank you. I'm glad you like the thumbnails. I'm going to make a straw poll real quick. And then anyone who wants to vote on which one I'll work on till the end of stream can do so. There's 7 options. So let me make that real quick. Oh. There we go. All right. There we go. There's the straw poll. Gradients. G. Yeah, there's ways. There is a way to set custom keybind. Oh yeah, I mean I've reset every single hotkey that I use to my liking, right? I've set it here. Let me do this. We're gonna do this for the voting. But yeah, no, the first thing I did when I got Clip Studio was rebind every hotkey to something that I'm more familiar with from Photoshop, because I wanted that transition to be easy, and I did it and it worked. So that's one of the reasons why I liked using CSP, is because everything I did in Photoshop I could do in CSP. There was no struggle, there was no like wonkiness with the tools aren't quite doing the same thing. I could make it exactly the same, which is one of the reasons why I'm using CSP, is because it was an easy transition. But yeah, I'll give you guys a few minutes, or I should say us, because I'm going to vote too. And you can vote for multiples, so like I'm probably going to vote for 7, and maybe 5, and maybe that's it, and maybe 4. Yeah, I'll vote for those 3. Don't vote for all of them. That defeats the purpose. A vote for all of them is a vote for none of them. Or something like that. At least exclude one. If you vote for all of them except one, then you're voting for, like, your least favorite, right? Or against your least favorite. Which is fine, because then as long as the ones that you like the least don't win. And of course, there's no criteria here. You're just picking whatever. But yeah, what one's winning right now? So far, number 7 is winning. 7, 5. Also, thank you guys for voting. I appreciate it. Yeah, right now 7 is in the lead by 2 votes. 5 is behind it by 2 votes. And then 1, 3, 4, and 6 are all tied in 3rd place with only 2 votes. And then number 2 has 0 votes. Dang. That sucks. Rip number 2. You were not liked. That's okay. I didn't like you either. No, I actually like number 2 more than number 1. I think number 1 is my least favorite. Probably. I think I was still warming up, kinda. I think that's why. It is my warm-up painting. There are things I like about number 1 that I think if I were to work on it more, I could fix them. I can fix it. But not... Yeah, but not, as it stands right now, not my favorite. And actually, number 7's a little bit airy. I think the values are not great, but again, I can change that. I can fix it. Which is pretty much the entire process of how I digital paint. I make a mark, and I'm like, that's not quite good, and then I'll change it, and then I'll make it... I nudge them in directions. I have like a... It's like a route that I take. It's like a... in video game terms, like, I can fix her, kind of... that's kind of what I was joking when I said that. But yeah, it's like, I can fix him, or I can fix her. It's the... Yeah, you look at a painting and you try to see the good in it and ignore all the issues because you know that you can fix it later. But with painting, you actually can, because it's your painting. And so, yes, that's the, yeah, absolutely. Uh, yeah, I think number 6 is interesting. Has some fun stuff happening there with the bright red. Okay, I'm gonna refresh a few times. I guess it's auto updating. Okay. I think it's good to call it. That's what I'm yeah, that's it. It's good to call it. Number 7 is the winner. But I will save right now while the poll is wrapping up. Maybe it'll pull ahead. Who knows? Probably not. There we go. Okay. So, number 7 is the winner. That's good. I like number 7. It was one of my favorites. I think it had some fun color stuff going on. Copy, paste, stretch it up. Oh, and somebody asked, I forgot, but somebody asked what canvas size I'm using. And right now, my canvas is 2,700 pixels wide, so 2,700 by 1,800. I think I'm going to make it a little larger today. I'll make it 4K. There. Okay. So, yeah, right now, I think one of my issues is the values in the foreground are a little bit dull. Like, everything has kind of a medium dark gray. Like, if I hover over anything, there are no right, there's no super dark values. There's nothing in like this realm of darkness. Now, I don't want the whole thing that dark, but there should be some like, oh, I'll make a new layer. There should be some like occluded areas, right? Like between the, I almost said the word betwixt the leaves. No, there should be some dark spots between the leaves or the grass in the foreground, especially in the foreground, maybe even in the background in some of the, underneath the, something like that, just as values. Now, I don't think this is quite the way I want to approach it, so I'm going to delete a lot of this, but that's just to give an idea of where my head's at when I think the values aren't good, is sort of these in between the plants, and there should just be little dark spots. Maybe they're not dark like black, but maybe they're dark purple, these deep purple underneath the shadows of some of these flowers, and maybe a dark green underneath some of the shadows of the grass. You just have little dark spots in here, and it can be saturated. It doesn't have to be gray or black or anything. It could just be little dark spots, just things that are just a little darker. So anyway, I'm gonna delete some of that for now because that's not quite the direction I wanted to go. I got to think about how I want to do it, but that's a good thing. Also, references. This is a good spot to get some references. And actually, it would be a good spot to show what I mean with those, like, here's a good example. So this is obviously just a very saturated photo of a field, or a field of flowers. But if you look in here, and if I make my screen black and white, look at the value range, right? Obviously, these flowers are literal white, and then they have very dark. But even in these flowers, you have dark spots and bright spots. Obviously, there's a bright spot here, but even then, you have like these dark spots under here right? Or these very dark spots in here that are like a dark green yellow, or this is very dark green, right? You have this texture in here. Overwhelmingly, this foreground is quite bright, right? You have a lot of this bright green, a lot of these, brighter colors, obviously of the purples and the whites and stuff. But like overwhelmingly it's in sun, right? Like there is light here, but you still between them you have these little dark spots of like these little occluded areas, these, this texture. And that's kind of what I want to do, right? Is sort of having that texture in there. So that's kind of where my head's at in terms of like how am I going to paint that? Also, let's open up a pure rough file. So we can just stick that off to the side. I'm not looking for anything in particular, right? Again, I'm kind of just looking for stuff that might be useful, right? Could be mossy trees. Maybe I type in moss and flowers, so like moss and flowers. See if there's like maybe a terrarium someone's made. I don't know if these are AI or not. They very well could be. But stuff like this, right, where you have little like mossy flower looking thingies. I don't know if this is AI or it could be. It's probably AI. I know there's a lot of those things floating around. But it could also just be a small model, right? Like this could be a handmade model for all I know. But anyway, stuff kind of like that where you have this moss. It's very soft texture, but then you have little flowers in there. So yeah. Let's see. Maybe moss on wood. Right, it's just stuff like this. It's you. It might seem mundane and unimportant because am I really gonna paint this amount of texture or detail on the tree? But like, this is a good example of where you might find stuff like I don't know, I guess inspiration in like unexpected spots. Like look how the bark on this tree is like peeled away and you have the moss like growing up on this side. That's kind of a cool little feature that I never really thought about having, like oh, my trees can have, barky spots followed by like a recessed area here. And so maybe the bark is peeled away here, but just in this spot. And then all of this is mossy, right? And so you have like the moss around this little barky spot. Like stuff like that is sometimes you just don't think about that because you don't even consider that like maybe the moss isn't growing up the whole tree. Or maybe I don't want it like that, but there are things like that, and this is one of the reasons I like getting references at this stage is because I still know I'm gonna paint the tree, but I don't really know. There's lots of different ways to paint that material. Looked AI. That walking duck had a foot backwards. Yeah, probably. It was probably AI. Those kinds of things, anything that can be craft like made for crafts, people like to there's so much AI just garbage in general, but especially anything that's cute or crafty, because people will make them and then I wonder, are there trees that shed their bark? Maybe like a paper birch type tree, like has very flaky bark. I don't know if shedding their bark is necessarily maybe the right word, but I bet I know there are trees that do lose their bark a bit, like it flakes off and stuff. I don't know, but I doubt that's what's happening here. I'm not sure shedding is the right word, but maybe. I don't know. No idea. I don't know enough about trees to know that specifically. Hmm. I mean, honestly, between these two images, I think I have enough to work off of maybe. And maybe enough to play around with. So maybe that's what I'll do. I'll just start painting and see where I go. So also there's probably some issues around here with the sky. You know, how do I want that to look? Also, if this is light shining in, do we want it to be super bright? I don't know. I should probably focus on values first, though. So let's do that. And for that, I don't know. There's different ways to do it, but I kind of want to try to speed up this process a bit. So what if I do a texture brush of some sort? Like this. And I do like a... Maybe that's too textury. Ooh, I know. This... Oh, I got just the brush for this somewhere. Is this the brush? No. Ooh, that's making me lag. That's not the brush either. It's almost the brush. It's a very laggy brush is what it is. That's not the brush. Although this brush isn't bad for it. It has a bit of a texture. Nope. This is the one. Here we go. This is the brush I was looking for. Has just enough texture and grit to it that I think it'll be nice to, as like an under layer kind of. And I can always paint back. I'm going to paint back over it in a moment, right? So like this will not stay this dark color, but this is like an underpainting kind of. Now, do I want this stuff to be dark too? I don't think so. We could do a little bit, right? We could do some outlining here and there. It's weird to paint on an overlay layer like this. Just making some marks here. What's everybody working on right now? Anybody who's lurking and painting along, you don't have to pop out of lurk and tell me, but I would be curious what people are working on. If anyone's working, or maybe you're maybe not working on anything. Maybe gaming, listening along. I don't know. Maybe it's a podcast for you. Very podcasty. Do I like this? It's not bad. Okay. Now let's go back to that other brush I was using. Just worked through your dinner. Nice. Is that good? I don't know what that means. Worked through your dinner. Like, oh, you just like made it through your dinner? I don't normally associate eating food with working, but fair enough. Uh, I get what you mean. You made it through your dinner. That makes it sound like it was a chore. Are you saying like, oh, I just got through my dinner, like, like, uh, like, whew, what a workout. I worked through that. That was a big dinner or something. It makes it sound like it was like an effort. Anyway, sorry, I don't want to make fun of your word choice, but I found it humorous. Trying to figure out how to draw houses in perspective. Ooh, perspective. The bane of a lot of people's existence. I like perspective. I don't think I'm great at it, but I'm okay at it. But yeah, I like it. making some shapes here. Little paths between the trees. Maybe. Maybe not. I'm trying to think what I want to... How do I want to do this? I definitely want the foreground to have... I mean, do I want the foreground to be bright? Yeah, I guess we could do that. So fields here. A bunch of flowers. This could be further away, maybe. Do we do something like that? I don't know. Now, okay, now I gotta do some more sketching because I gotta figure out how I want this to... Do we want a path that leads straight to the end? Like that? Maybe we want to break up the path and just have... I mean, maybe the path is still there, but we have like the flowers in the shadow here. So we have like the dark flowers here. And then up here we have the flowers reemerge in the light. That could be a thing. Maybe the flowers are like, are the path, or like there's a path in the middle of the grass. But the... Like that. But these are kind of dark. And then once it emerges up here, have those there. Something like that. So you do have a path of flowers. And then again, the paths, or the flower path can emerge up again. Here. So catching those light rays. Just kind of making little stippling little dots here and there. Again, very, very just textury, not really trying to do anything precise. At least not at this point. But I am slowly trying to weave in some of those darker values. And now, this is where I think the flowers are really gonna start poking up and being clearly visible of like, okay, that's what these are. These are flowers. I think. Maybe they get a little darker. Right, we could even, using our reference here, we could even make some very dark purple flowers. Again, I don't need to use the exact same color or exact same darkness or anything, but, you know, definitely little bits of flowers here and there that are a bit darker, maybe more saturated. And maybe we even added in some of those white flowers. I mean, just since we have the reference right in front of us. I don't know if I want the white flowers in here, but mixing some in might be good. So I'm going to make a new layer for this. Little white flowers in here, just poking through. You hated? No, the other you says, I hated. Oh, you're playing Baldur's Gate 3, says, Comnin. Oh, wait. Okay, I gotta figure out how to say your space. Comnino. Conino's Paleo Logos. Comnino's Paleo Logos. He says, you're playing Baldur's Gate 3. Nice. It's a good game. Pepperly says, addicted to Pokotopia here. Nice. How goes it? Are you catching them all? I don't know anything about Pokotopia. Other than it seems cool. No, the other you said, I hated perspective until I learned I didn't need to use perspective lines, just draw in relation to imagined vanishing points. Yeah, I think that's a big one. Because, like, perspective is the combination of a lot of things, right? And one of those things is, like, scale. And as long as your scale is correct, most of the time the perspective will feel pretty right. Like, there's more to perspective than scale, but you can get a really long way by just focusing on scale, right? Obviously, the perspective also deals with, like, you know, rotating objects and making them, you know, you don't want to accidentally make your objects look like they're tilted when you don't want them tilted. And so if you're drawing a lot of, like, flat, hard surface stuff, there is, you know, obviously perspective can get quite complex and you need to do all the things. But a lot of it, especially like this kind of drawing where, like, I'm not really painting everything super precise right now. It mostly is just things in relation to each other, right? Like, this stuff back here is going to be very, very tiny. You know, this stuff up here is going to be much bigger. And, like, as long as there's, you know, the stuff in between is somewhere between this and that, you're probably okay, right? Again, there are obviously things about perspective that are more complicated than that, but especially for sketching, like your general, just everyday stuff, you don't need it to be super complicated. No, the other says, I heard a quote once that I constantly think about is believability is the greatest priority. Technically correct isn't often comes after. Yeah, I mean, yeah, believability or readability or however you want to describe it. Yeah, I mean, I think I actually, you've probably seen me talk about this before, but yeah, no, I 100% agree. I mean, and again, greatest priority to who, right? Some people do want it to be accurate. I don't think accuracy is the most important thing, and I can give you examples of why I think that is. Let me give you an example. It's because real life sucks. No, real life is confusing. There's a subreddit called Confusing Perspective Reddit. Let's go to Confusing Perspective. And let me give you some real life examples, hopefully non-edited examples, of things that are not done. Here's an example. This is a real life photo taken. It looks stupid. Right? You don't want your image, if you were to paint this, people would be confused, right? In order for you to make this not look confusing, you would need to do something to it to make it look less confused, right? You would need to edit it to make it less real, right? There's a mesh here, by the way, but the mesh is hard to see when you're zoomed out, and so the bird looks like it's just standing there in midair, right? I think there's a mesh, yeah. But, like, there's a lot of things in real life. Here, let me find some better examples, because that wasn't the best example. There's a lot of good confusing perspective. But the point I'm making is that, like, just because something's real doesn't mean it looks good, right? And you can, there's a, you know, think of it as like a continuum from, you know, super believable and clear to very very real and clear and very real and unclear. And most things aren't ever going to be as clear as they can possibly be. Even if you can understand it, you can still exaggerate, right? Stage actors did this, I think, where they'll, like, exaggerate their expressions. When they do things, they'll, you know, think of like a mime, right? They're really playing it up with their big tears and they're rubbing their eyes. Like, they're really playing up their emotions because they want to be understood at a glance, right? They're not real people who are sad don't do that, right? Like, but also you don't always know when someone's sad because they might not look sad. And so, are you trying to paint a sad person how they actually look? Well, not if you want to convey sadness, because you probably pass sad people on the street without ever realizing they're sad. And so you don't just want to paint someone who is realistically sad, right? You want to emote sadness or whatever. So I think there's a, like, just making it real doesn't mean it's going to communicate the thing you want it to communicate. And I think a lot of times that means fudging things in one way or the other. Let me look. Like, okay, I don't know. Does this qualify as not safe for work? I don't think it does, but I'm going to post it anyway. So here's a photo someone posted, and they're like, aren't you ashamed of taking photos like that? And then they say, that's my arm on the table. Stop drinking. And this is an example of like, okay, here's a real photo, but it's a terrible photo. This is the dude's arm, right? His arm is like this, right? His hand's probably here. It's on a table, right? He's leaning on a table. And yet you don't, like, it doesn't look like that. And so this is an example like, okay, here's a real image, but it's terrible. It's a terrible image. You don't want to paint stuff that's real. Like, just because it's real doesn't mean it's good. And I guess my point is, continue the logic. Now you find an image that does look real, right? Or it looks okay, right? Why do you think that's the pinnacle of what an image, of what an environment can look like? Just because you see an image like this, why do you think this is the most clear and, interesting or appealing thing? Like just because something doesn't have any obvious problems doesn't mean you can't push it. And again, this already is pushed because it's it's edited and all that. But like, yeah, I think real life is overrated because it can look dumb and ugly and confusing. And a lot of times, especially if you like, we do run into this a lot with Map Crunch, right? Like you go to a random location on Map Crunch and you just go to a random spot. Let's go, hit go. And like, there's gonna be weird, if you go down the street, I'm sure if you were to start painting things, there's gonna be weird trees that are blocking things and you're not really sure what connects to what. Does this thing connect to that thing? Is it behind it? It's kind of hard to tell. Like, is there, like, you don't always know exactly what you're looking at, right? Because there's a lot of stuff happening. There's going to be weird tangents. Like, does this thing connect to the wall back there? Like, what's happening, right? Hopefully you guys can see my screen. And there's just a lot of stuff, right? Sometimes it's our job to clarify things, right? Or maybe maybe this is totally accurate and realistic, but we want to just fudge it a bit. We want to, lighten up the background and so that we can see these wires better, right? So this is like, maybe this is what we wanted to paint and we really liked these wires, but they're hard to see. And so maybe we would come in here and say, okay, well, what if we wanted the focus to be the wires? Okay, well, great. What if I made this stuff a little bit lighter and made the wires a little bit darker, right? Now we can paint the subject matter as the wires and say, look, these are the wires that we're painting. This is the thing. This is our subject. Now it's less accurate, right? But it's also now more visible. It's more clear, right? It's more clear what we intended to paint. The focus is very clearly now the wires, because we're painting the wire, like, I think this type of thing, I think it's hard to, what do you call it? Like, in normal life, it's hard to imagine like that something could be more clear than real life because you don't realize the power you have when you're painting. Like when you're painting, you can make things stand out that never would have stood out, right? You can put a light behind them. You can, you can invent things that are going to make things just a little bit more clear, right? So now when you're walking around, you're like, ooh, that's a cool subject. I want to paint that. It's not just painting it the way you see it. It's saying, what is the subject and how do I make it clear, but also still realistic, right? You want it to be believable. You don't want it to come off looking awkward, but to think that you have to paint it realistically is, yeah, that I think that was one of the biggest realizations for me as well, where it's like, okay, let's fudge some things to make it more clear. Like, what is the point of the image, right? If the focus is a person laughing, let's really make it clear that they're laughing and not crying or some other emotion, because sometimes it's not as clear as you might think it is. Like, you might have all the context clues, when you snapped your own photo, because you were at the party, the person told the joke, the person started laughing. So when you look at the photo of this person laughing, you're like, yep, they're laughing. I know it. I know that person. I know what the joke was. But when other people look at it, they might be like, wait, is he crying or are they laughing, right? You don't always know. And I think that's a good example where, like, your own idea of the thing can color your perspective or your perception. And so as an artist, oftentimes you're working backwards. You're saying, what did I feel in the moment? What does the thing look like? Oh, it was a really funny moment. This person was laughing. So let's change it. Let's make him really look like that, right? Instead of just painting it the way that I saw it, because the way that you saw it is not the way other people saw it. Anyway, hopefully that makes sense. So yes, this is one of my favorite topics in art because it deals with like psychology and human perception and how our brains interpret things and how it's not just all visual stimulus. We have a tons of other things affecting us. And so you're not just painting the visual information, right? If that's all you do, unless you're painting an image that's already like hyper processed by like a photographer and perfect, composition, they've already told the message they can in the most pushed way they can, right? Unless you're already using someone else's like well composed image, there's probably things you can do to send the message better than real life, generally, in my opinion. K Quick says, I would say getting the message across with the most grounded composition and lighting is really difficult. It can be satisfying and produce something good. That's true. That's true. You don't always want to push it as far as you can. Sometimes you just want to make it grounded and like, feel normal. But also a lot of times the stuff that you are pushing is subtle, right? It might be a compositional choice where you're just removing clutter, but you're not like playing up the lighting, right? Some people, like me, probably go a little heavy on the lighting, and I'll like, big spotlights of saturated color, like everything is like a movie where you have these like, oh, it's nighttime, let's put a really blue light on everything, yeah, there's definitely an art to not making it look ridiculous, and you want to strike a fine balance. It's easier to get something across with cheap tricks. Oh, for sure. For sure. And yeah, there's definitely a balance there. So it's not always about playing everything up and making it a cartoon, right? Like big miming exact. But I guess my point is that that's on like one extreme end, right, of this continuum or whatever. And I think realizing that you're allowed to change things and that real life doesn't always do the best job of communicating. It can be unclear, it can be confusing, and just knowing that real life is not the pinnacle of clarity, right? Real doesn't mean clear, because you can have real and unclear as seen by the entire subreddit of Confusing Perspective, minus the edited stuff, but mostly it's not edited, it's just, optical illusions, basically, and they exist in real life. And I guess my whole point is, I think what Cute Cake Quicks is saying is totally on point. It's like, I think at least for me, the pinnacle of, maybe not the pinnacle of art, but like one of my goals is definitely not being overly obnoxious with the lighting and composition. Like, you don't want to do everything so in your face, but also you do want to tell the story in a way that people can understand it. And yeah, it's hard to strike that balance. And that's always like a skill that, I'm certainly trying to lean towards and get better at. as I get better at painting. But I think realizing that you have that control in the first place and what those levers even look like, right? Like if you think of it as like balancing a game or something, or in this case, balancing an image, right? Realizing you have levers to control of like, oh, I can turn this thing up or down. I can make it more clear or less clear in this particular way or this particular way or this way, right? There's all these different levers you have that you can control the story and the narrative and the visuals of the thing, right? And they all do different things, but they're all tools that you can use. I feel like that is the analogy that I kind of think about in some ways with art. And I feel like it feels like you're peeking into like this world almost where you realize you have all this control. I don't know. It feels good. At least to me. It's like, holy crap, there's so much I can do with art. Yeah. Ah, thanks for the hydrate. But yeah, there was definitely a point where I didn't think that, and it probably like a lot of people, right? When you start, especially when you start out, almost everybody, maybe not every artist, but almost every artist, I feel like they generally start out drawing maybe not hyper realism, but like pushing towards very realistic, which is good. Um, like it's good to learn how things actually look and to be able to learn to control your tools in a way that you know you can measure up against something. But I think a lot of people, at least for myself and some people that I know, definitely started with sort of a like, ooh, the more realistic I make it, the more accurate to the photo I make it, the better I am as an artist. And at some point, that definitely my perspective shifted, and it's like, okay, it's not about making it more like because like again, what if you have a photo that's like ever so slightly unclear? Are you just trying to like copy the photo? And it's not even about stylizing, right? It's like I think this is where like I think good plein air painters make the thing look better than the actual thing, but not in a over the top way. You start doing super stylized stuff, gotcha. Yeah, I think that's also really common, right? Because like anime and cartoons and is like super common starting point, which I also equally good and fine. I don't think it matters what you start out as. Hmm. Let's push some of these darks a little darker. Maybe grayer? That could be kind of fun. That might make it look more pink. Take care. Oh, thanks for popping in. Have a good day. It always makes me happy when people pop in from YouTube. So thanks for being here. I don't know how to say your name, or else I would say your name, but I have no idea how to pronounce that. I see the last part is Aisi, so I'll just call you Aisi. Uh, Drupzilla says, yeah, and then I wanted to get better and I learned anatomy and stuff, and that pushed me down the hyper accurate. Yeah, I think you people typically go one, that you either start at one end and then move towards the other, or all the way to the other end and then you go all the way back. Like I feel like there's a lot of there's some patterns I think people tend to follow with their art, and I do think that's a big one. Where you start very stylized and then you're like, wait, I need to um wait, what made me choose this one was the mood. No, you guys voted. I had chat vote. Chat voted. Here, let me open up the thumbnails. Uh Chat voted and number 7 won. We had a straw poll open. Do I still have it open? Oh, not here. I don't have it open right now. But yeah, no, you chat voted. That's what made me choose it. Yeah, you must have missed it. That's okay. No worries. No worries at all. So this time I didn't choose it for any real reason. It's just pure. Although I did vote for it, I did but want this one to win. So I can't answer the question I can answer that question anyway. But the reason I wanted it to win was because, yeah, the colors. I liked what I was doing with some of the color choices. There was a fun variety in here, some interesting stuff happening. That's why I wanted it to win. So this is not the direct reference, but we are using some referencing now. Or these flowers in the foreground, kind of. Although, yeah. I think also maybe... Yeah, maybe we'll go a little brighter in here. I kind of want these flowers to, like, poke out in different directions, you know? Not just leaning in exactly one direction. Okay, now I'm going to put some leaves and stuff in here. Just lots of little marks that kind of indicating leaves and stuff. Again, I don't want to go hyper detailed. That is not my goal. In fact, I'm even going to just kind of fade stuff out off to the side here. Really, I'm just going to detail right along the focal point, like right along where I want our eyes to look. It's very loose. Maybe we can put some darker shapes in here. Some dark purples. Have you done house architecture studies before? If so, could you recommend a kind of interesting style? Ooh, house architectures. I mean, not. I mean, maybe like last stream, for example, we did a little bit of painting of architecture, just like we even did this. And the stream before that, I think we did a couple things. This isn't really a study. I mean, not specifically of architecture. I don't know. I mean, I think for architecture, I just try to pay attention to, like, I mean, again, I'm not great at it, but like paying attention to form, sort of general shapes of there's a book here. I haven't made it all the way through. It was recommended to me by make sure I know where I'm at before I okay. I'm not very far in. Okay. This book. It's called How to Read Buildings. It's a tiny little book. It's like a pocket-sized book. It's not very big. I mean, it's quite dense, but it basically goes through different things. I don't know if this is super useful, but it basically gives you words for each of, like, it explains all the different types of, or different styles, you know, anything from like Gothic to, it goes through like history, revival styles, and then it shows you like things, and it talks about specifically like different shapes relevant to different styles. It goes through tons of different stuff, and like, you know, Romanesque, and what else does it have here? More Gothic stuff, and late Gothic, and Renaissance, and Baroque, and Rococo, and neoclassical, and Victorian, and modern, and it just goes through all these things. And then they have like different types of, like, it just basically gives you to me, like, in some ways, like a language to talk about architecture and all the parts. Yeah, some history, but also some, like, what makes this different than this, and what did they add to move from one style to another. Again, I haven't made it through all the way through the book. It's a little dense and honestly a little boring. But I think if I were to read that book in full and then do studies of buildings and sort of make note of the things that are like unique to that building, or just like point out the parts kind of and be like, this building has this, this, and this, but not these other things that some buildings have, right? And I think that would be a big way to like learn it well, is sort of being able to say what this building doesn't have that other buildings might have that you might find, right? Like what makes this building unique? It's not just what it has, but it's also like what it doesn't, right? Maybe this particular style of building doesn't have these other things that they normally have. And again, I don't know what those parts are because I haven't read the book. But when I'm doing studies, I am just trying to like look how the parts fit together. Maybe I noticed that some of the buildings will have like, you know, these like wooden, what do you call them, trusses, these things that sit like that, you know, like the construction part of the roof, and then they have these things and then the roof kind of sits on top of it, and then they have the parts that still stick out through the, you know, underneath the awnings. Like some buildings have those, and just paying attention to sort of how it's constructed, obviously trying to practice perspective, but maybe you notice that there's a lot of layering going on and it's not just a solid square, but they have additional little awnings that stick out. I don't know, just paying attention to that kind of thing so that, and sort of put a word to it. Like, again, my vocabulary is pretty much like, oh, it's like a regular house, except it has halfway down, it has like another awning on it or another little part that sticks out. And I'll say that, like another part that sticks out. And so in my head, I'm thinking of, and maybe this one sticks out further, right? So they're not lining up. And I make note of that. I say, oh, these aren't lining up. But this one's a little further down and it sticks out a little bit. And that way, when I'm drawing my own buildings, I'm like, oh, let's make a little sticky outy part that is not, you know, it's further down and it goes out a bit, you know, just like reminding myself of things, of like the more complexities of the form, right? Because I think a lot of times when I start in my head, I just start with like, oh, here's a square building, right? Or a you know, it's like a square, but not all buildings are like that. A lot of them start that way. Some of them might have more angled roofs, right? Some of them might have, you know, dormer windows that stick out, you know, and they go like that or something, right? Some of them might have other awnings that stick out, but only on the side with the slopey part. But some are going to have the slopey part contradicting each other, right? You're going to have this slope part and then this slope part, right? Some of them are going to have balconies and benches and other layers, and, you know, so I think that to me, or maybe sometimes there's a big old awning here with, you know, I realize it's low resolution, right? Maybe sometimes the awning is going to stick out, sometimes it's not, right? It kind of depends on the type of building. Maybe it sticks out on this side, but not on this side. And I think just being aware of that kind of thing helps, because then you can start like, you know, or maybe the windows are mirroring the roof shape. So maybe they're like this in the windows, or maybe the windows are rounded. And, it, you know, maybe it depends on the kind of building it is, or I don't know. Like, I don't know a lot about different architectural styles, but I feel like just kind of pointing to the parts and being aware of them and saying, and like finding patterns, like, oh, when they have these little dormer windows, it tends to be that the roofs are made of, and then name it, say stone, brick, whatever. I don't know. But like finding those patterns, I think helps solidify it to where you start, or maybe you notice that in a city or in a neighborhood, the buildings are all at different heights, right? And so maybe this is less about architecture and more about like the location of the buildings. Maybe you have some, you know, like this where things are all built on hills and every building seems to be built into the landscape. That would be useful for knowing, because now you can like remind yourself that not every building needs to be the same floor height. Whereas if you're in like the suburbs of some town in the Midwest, everything's probably just, you know, flat or whatever, or wherever. I don't know. It depends on where you are. But, you know, so yeah, I don't know. I don't really have any tips for studying architecture other than, you know, if you need to do perspective, practice perspective, because perspective is always important. And I think it's probably helpful to be able to name the parts of the building so that you can start forming pattern recognition of what those parts look like and when they're there and when they're not and all that. I don't know. So that's my advice. I'm not great at it. I got more work to do myself, so. Hey, Just Fiction, how's it going? Hope you're doing well, Just Fiction. You caught me in a ramble. But yeah, studying architecture is definitely something I need to do more of. I will say I actually think I'm liking it more and more these days because I've sort of found a way of painting it that I think looks good, which honestly came about because of like the sort of the map crunch, map crunch Mondays. No, the virtual plein air, map crunch paintings. And kind of this sort of stuff, right? Where I start out with like uh like one of my issues with architecture is a lot of times when I used to paint it, because the way that I paint, I would start with lines, which is still how I start with architecture. But because I start with these deep, dark lines, they would end up they would uh they would end up still being there even when I paint them, and it would end up giving like a really weird sort of style that doesn't mesh with the rest of my painting because I would have these deep dark lines remaining, and I don't like that. And because none of the other stuff has these lines, right? My trees don't all have these dark lines under them. And yet my architecture always did because I would never be perfect in getting rid of them. And so I found that painting with like red or something that is not so, it doesn't have such contrast, right? It's a lot more, uh, the value is a lot more mid, right? Like it's a middle value, right? So that it kind of blends in graphically when I start painting it. So I found that to be really useful. Just using a color that isn't black for the lines. That way when you do paint it. But again, that's more like style-wise. Like when I do architecture, I thought it's nice. You said you're doing all right, Just Fiction. Thank you. Hope you're doing well yourself. I am doing well. I've really been enjoying doing painting from Street View lately. It's been a lot of fun. But I needed to take a break from it today. And honestly, I'm really happy with today's thumbnails as well. So I don't know if that's because I was doing other stuff and maybe I took a break, or maybe I learned something. I don't know. But I'm really happy with today's thumbnails. I think sometimes I get a little bit, I go a little bit overboard with like saturation and wacky colors, and don't get me wrong, I love that stuff, but I think sometimes I need a little bit of a reset with like more realistic colors, and that way I can sort of rein myself in, or not realistic, believable colors. So I do like these I was all pretty happy with. Again, I went really wacky with some of the saturation, but overall I really like these thumbnails. Like that one was fun, I thought. Liam Quinn, hello. Jay Stiller, my dude, what's good, brother? Not everything's good. Everything's good with me. What with the map crunch? No, these weren't with map crunch. No. Are you saying with the map? Are you asking what is map crunch? So map crunch is the random street view site. It's basically just GeoGuessr minus the guesser part. It's just random street view. I've really been enjoying painting this because you don't get like hyper curated photos, right? If I want to paint this house, I'm gonna have to deal with not having a good angle, right? It's blocked by trees. I might have to like remove a tree. There's a lot of like you kind of have to work with what you're given, and I really like that. And it gives you like, you have to find the subject matter. You have to figure out your own composition a little bit. It's not always the most beautiful subjects, and that's something that I think has, like you just see stuff like this, right? It's not the most beautiful building, but there's some cool textures here. This is very dirty. There's these drainage pipes and stuff with the water that clearly has flown down and leaving these streaks. There's just some cool stuff that you can stumble on. Yeah, anyway. Raining in with Map Crunch because I need that too. Oh, I just mean like painting more realistic colors because it is right, it's realistic. So that's what I meant with Map Crunch. Like, yeah, it helps me like rein in realistic colors because you're painting from more or less from real life, right? It's not perfectly real life. It's still an image, right? But it's not like, doing a, I don't know, who's Andreas Roca, right? Like, or even my art, like, not that you would do a study of my art, but, this is not, you're not going to find that it's something that looks like this on Map Crunch, right? And so I think, like, I like painting this stuff. I really enjoy these vibrant colors, but you're just not going to see stuff quite this saturated. And so sometimes the longer I paint, like if I paint 10 days in a row, each day I'll get like more extreme in my colors. And sometimes it's nice just to sort of pull it back and do some realistic stuff, realistic colors every once in a while. So that's kind of what I mean by reining it in. It's just sort of doing a reset. I think it's nice. You're reminded of it from one of my recent streams and use it to make up a location for a map, mixing 3 locations. Oh, that's awesome. That's a cool way to use it. But yeah, I think my favorite thing in painting is still like making up my own environments. But it has, but I am very I'm definitely sort of enjoying, at least lately I've been enjoying painting from street view a lot more. It might have been like I don't know if it's like a confidence thing, but like I think on stream I've been really happy with the results lately. And it felt I think also speaking about what we were just talking about earlier with like realizing you have control over things, like it's the goal isn't always just to paint what's in front of you. And I think I'm getting to a point, or maybe I am at the point or have passed the point where I actually feel like I can, take a scene like this and say, "Oh, look, there's, the warm light and the cool shadows, even though the shadows are still quite green. Maybe they're, like there's a little bit of like there's this reddish plant stuff. Maybe it looks even a little purple in here. Maybe I'm going to paint this as if it's very purple in the shadows, right? Like, I feel like I've gotten to the point where I can pick a thing that I like and I can really sort of push it. But it still sort of feels more realistic than just making up crazy wacky colors. And so you're pushing it in a very like intentional way. And I think that's what's making me like it more. If that makes sense. Liam says, so Stiller, when you paint environments, as I've had trouble with this, how do you decide to push colors? For example, you paint a cloud and it's just white, gray, and a hint of blue. Well, when someone else may paint it, you see oranges, yellow. So I think a lot of that is kind of what I was talking about, is like, so a lot of that has to do with like art stuff. Sorry, that's not a very good term. I don't know how to put it, but like having concepts in art that allow you, that this is kind of what in some ways like fundamentals and also skills that are not quite fundamentals but still very much like, gosh, I really want to use a chess analogy, but I'm not going to. So when artists talk about concepts like warm and cool, right, that's like a dial that you can turn, right? So if you notice that the warms are warm and the shadows are cool and the lights are warm, you could say, what if I turn up the coolness on the shadows? What if I made, so in this image, if the light is the sun, right? Sun is very warm, and this is like, this green is like a yellowish green, and this green is probably more bluish green or desaturated yellow-green, right? And so this is a warmer color. Here, let's just take this image. If I were to paint this, right? Let's go into a new file. Ah, you redeemed the rant. Okay, I'll try to do it so you can see it, because it's a little small. So if I were going to paint this image, and I'm going to put it in a box here, so you can see it. Okay, we're going to paint it right here. If I were going to paint this, for example, you might notice that the lights are warm and the shadows are cool. So I know as an artist that I don't have to paint it exactly the same colors. I could say, what if I'm going to make the shadows a little more cool? So here's my warm, and then the shadow shape is like, I'm going to just do this. The shadow shape's like this, right? Kind of something like that, right? I don't need to paint the shadow. I mean, this is a cooler version, right? Maybe it's darker and desaturated. So maybe this is how it looks in real life. But what if I wanted to push it all the way to purple? And I want to make this a little more purple, right? Or maybe another concept. So there's different concepts. So I guess what okay, but let me take a step back. The short answer of how do you decide how to push things are basically concepts, right? What you're pushing are concepts. So a concept could be warm and cool. It could be things like line weight, right? All of these are concepts, right? You want to, but maybe it's not just line weight as a whole. Maybe it's line weight in the shadows, right? Maybe it's the line weight in the light you're going to make really, really thin, or maybe it'll disappear, right? Maybe you want, one of the line weight isn't just make it light in some spots and dark in others, right? Maybe you want to say, here's a sphere and the line weight is going to break here where the light is. It's going to get really thin, or maybe you're going to put gaps in between, right? Or maybe you're going to make the shadow side of the lines really, really thick, right? All of that could be different ways to push the line weight in various ways, right? Maybe you're doing it for a reason with like where the light is. Hopefully you have a reason. But all of these are things that you kind of are doing anyway, right? When you're painting. Again, a concept could be your value range, right? So maybe you find a photo or an image like this one, where the value of the shadows gets very, very dark, right? And then the lights are very, very light. In some spot, they're pure white, right? Like on this line. So, but maybe you want to say, what if instead of going very, very dark, so not only am I going to push it towards being more purple, I'm actually also going to make it quite light. So maybe I'm going to make my shadows like this, right? I want to make them more, well, this isn't very cool. Let's make it cooler. So what if I wanted my shadows even more purple, right? This might make it look ugly, but this is a way of pushing it where I'm pushing my shadows to be both lighter. Whoops. Where's that image? Oh, here, right? I'm making my shadows be lighter and I'm making them be more cool, right? Or maybe in contrast, right? Again, talking about the contrast of warm and cool. Maybe if my shadows are going to be this cool, maybe my lights are going to be even less warm. Maybe I'm going to, make them more bright or more, like a pale green, right? Because maybe I want them to look like that. And so maybe this is how I decide to push my shadows, is by, doing something like that. And of course, there's still variation in there. So maybe I want to add some variation of some darks and some lights. But here's a version of pushing. I mean, I'm pushing it super extreme with different colors, but I'm still using the concepts of warm and cool. I'm still using concepts of light and shadow, right? I'm using, there's different values, but I might just be making the values more extreme or less extreme. I might want to take a subject matter, like also this is doesn't look like a road. And so maybe I want to get this to be a little more pale. And again, this doesn't quite look good at all. And I'm not trying to make it look good, but the point I'm trying to make is you have control over like every concept you learn, oh, this is 1 point perspective. What if I exaggerate the perspective, right? What if I make this from a 2 point perspective to a 3 point perspective, right? What if I I don't know, storytelling could be a concept you could push, you know? Maybe there isn't a story, but maybe you want a story of, you know, uh little creatures crawling up the side here, crossing the road. I don't know. Whatever it, I mean, that's something. But like every single concept you can possibly think of in art, whether it's a color concept or a shape or form concept, right? Maybe these things, these trees are just kind of straight twigs, and maybe you're like, I'm gonna add some movement to them, right? Maybe it's a windy scene and you're gonna make them all bend in the wind just a little bit more, right? That you're adding gesture, you're adding movement to the scene. And I think for me, how do you decide what concepts to push, right? That's probably the obvious next question. Well, for me, it depends on like what is the painting about, or what do you want it to be about, right? If you're painting a random street view, this is where people say like, what is the, you know, I don't like the term, but like, what is the essence of the thing you're painting? You know, for this scene, it might be the sunny day, and maybe it's the how bright the sun is, or maybe you want to paint this fence and you really want to show this fence, but oh wait, this fence isn't like, maybe there's something that's hard to see about the fence, like maybe I don't know, maybe the scale is very tiny, right? So maybe you want to exaggerate the shape. Or maybe these things are really interesting to you, but in this image they're a little hard to see because they're kind of the same, you know, they blend in. So maybe you want to really, you know, maybe you want to take, oh. So like maybe this thing's interesting to you and you don't really know, maybe I don't know what it is, but right? So maybe in a way to push this would be to up the contrast. Maybe you want to darken this stuff back here so that now you can see it a little better, right? Or maybe you darken all of this stuff and you want to push the lighting here even more, right? You really want to make it vibrant and like glowing. Again, I don't even know what this is. Is this a light? Maybe. But like maybe that's what you want to do to push that, just to like, because this is what I think's interesting about this painting. So this is my subject matter, and so I'm gonna really make it stand out. Everything else can maybe stay the same, but maybe you frame it in a way. Again, maybe you get pretty realistic back here with your colors, but just around here you chose to frame it a little bit better. To me, that's a version of pushing the concept, right? And it's you can't push everything, but you have to ask yourself like, what is the thing about this image? Right? Like, what is the thing about this image that makes it nice to me? Or what do I want to communicate, right? You could communicate that this thing is non-existent and you don't even need to put it in the image, right? Maybe you want to, you know, redesign the fence because you think the fence is boring. And so you come in here and you shape up the fence. Again, do you want to redesign the fence and make this bright and change the shadow color? Probably not. But like, you get to pick and choose. And I think a part of that is by saying like, what is the subject matter? What is my focal point, right? If you were going to paint a fire hydrant, what would you do to it? Maybe you want to make it larger so that it stands out more. Maybe you want to get rid of the background. Maybe you want to make the colors vibrant. Maybe you want to make the colors even more dull, right? Because, you know, let's find a fire hydrant. Do they have fire hydrants here? I don't know. We're kind of in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, but I think a lot of times when you're pushing a concept... Oh, you can't see this. Sorry. I didn't realize you can't see this. I apologize. But yeah, a lot of times this stuff, like, I think the concept of pushing something, it's pretty much always stems to me from like some sort of concept. Or even a subject matter. For example, maybe you really like the dirt and grime here. You think it's kind of cool, a cool texture. Well, maybe it's almost like... Here, let me show you again. Another example of this. Yeah, I don't think this is super, like, fundamental stuff. It's kind of you're building on the fundamentals. But, like, here's an example where this material, you might think it looks cool, it's dirty, but maybe it doesn't read as dirty as it could, right? So what if, like, not the whole thing were dirty, right? And you really, like, maybe you see these streaks here. So what if I cleaned up some of this and just kept these streaks, and I made these streaks even more grimy, and really, really played into the grime, right? If this were like for an animation or something, you know, you might be able to really make this building look even more grimy by cleaning up some parts and leaving some of the other parts. You know, right around here, there's this dirt. What if we were to get rid of this stuff on the sides and lean in more into the grime on these sides, right? That to me is pushing a concept. You're taking a thing that is there that you want to communicate, and I want to communicate grime. So I'm going to take the things that make the grime feel grimy, which is, well, the contrast, the dirtiness, and just kind of use my knowledge of light, shadow, form, basically all the art concepts, shape, design, you know, and I'm playing it up a little bit. That's going to make the thing feel especially dirty, right? Maybe I like that more. And again, I don't know if I did a good job, but that's part of it, right? I think pushing the concept of pushing something is just you're kind of exaggerating it one way or the other. Sometimes you want to tone things down, right? Like maybe there's a lot of noise in this painting, and so you want to, you know, if you're again, maybe you want to focus on the light here, and so you want to simplify the shadows, right? This is something a lot of artists do. They'll pick the shadow side or the light side, right? They're picking their allegiance. In this case, my allegiance is with the light side, and so maybe the shadow side is just not that important. And so I'm gonna, you know, I'm painting right over here, but like maybe I come in here and simplify all the shadows, right? I'm kind of knocking them back and making them not as vivid. That way I can really focus in on these strands that cross that boundary into the shadow and focus on the edges of them, right? So now you can really come in there and you're pushing that light, right? And so like that's a way. So now you're, you know, you're not getting all that noisy details in there. You know, I just pushed them back, right? That's pushing it back as opposed to pushing it forward. And I mean, there's infinite number of ways to do this, right? There's no right or wrong way. A lot of times it's just a matter of making a choice, right? Like, you know, if you know that your whole image, right? If this is your whole image, oh, I don't know what's happening there. You know, you might choose to, you know, reduce the visual clarity or reduce the visual contrast up here so that your eyes aren't going to be drawn up there, right? And so that'd be like making a vignette, right? That's a compositional choice, right? Maybe you know, this can be a little darker. This, we can get rid of those numbers. We don't need them, right? Maybe there's some shadow that crosses here or something. Maybe there's even a shadow here that helps sort of frame the scene. You know, we're adding stuff to like, you know, maybe there's a little bit of a darkness here. You know, maybe we're framing the scene in a way that really tries to make us focus. You know, instead of drawing our eye upward, right? I'm going to reduce some of that noise. And now maybe our focus is here a bit more, right? Because I've kind of shined a light essentially. There's essentially a spotlight, well, of darkness, but it's a spotlight nonetheless, right in here. And so maybe you want to, you know, maybe you want to draw attention there by bringing in some flowers that weren't there before. And now you're pushing it even more in compositional terms of like, well, look here, right? We're drawing basically a big, we're drawing attention, right? That's a way of pushing a concept. This is a compositional concept, right? Sometimes it's a lighting, sometimes it's materials, and this could go on forever, right? Every single thing you ever learn about art. My analogy, sorry, I'm rambling really hardcore right now, but I think my favorite analogy is like the more you learn about art, it's like if you've ever played like a game with Fog of War, it's like you're uncovering the fog of war and you're discovering new things, and each of the new things and you know what the map looks like? Let me show you. The map that you're uncovering in the fog of war looks like for those, I'm not very musically inclined, but this is kind of what I imagine that fog of war. As you reveal it, this is what you're revealing. You're revealing all these little knobs that you have control over. And at first, when you start, you're like, oh, you only have control over like, you know, basic perspective and a few little knobs here and there. But as you start uncovering it, you're like, oh, look, I can control 1-point perspective and 2-point perspective and 3-point perspective and fisheye and line weight. I can control different line weight in the light and in the shadow and color. I can control color. It's just at first it's like how dark and light, but then it's like, warm and cools, and I can control how saturated those light warm and cools are. And I can control just the stuff in the light or just the stuff in the shadow. And pretty soon you have like all these, it's like there's each concept that you learn is adding like a new complicated knob, and you can control it, right? It's like there's so many things to control, and a lot of them, if you're not aware of the concept, you can't fiddle with the dial, right? You have to learn the concept first. You have to know that, when you can make expressions more expressive by exaggerating them in certain ways, right? Otherwise, you're just randomly changing stuff. Well, even in anatomy, right? Yeah, this might be the anatomy one. And in anatomy, you have things like gesture and how well you push the gesture to like emote things, right? And there's a whole like, I guess science around, storytelling through gesture. But again, telling through gesture exists in environments too, right? That's in like the lean of a building, or again, the lean of the tree in the wind, right? Stuff like that. You're exaggerating movement. You're adding movement to things. Maybe you learn that, how to maybe real life is very complicated, and you learn how to simplify the number of colors in your painting to better tell story. With like, blue can feel calming, or reds can feel energetic, or whatever, right? All those concepts. And then you expand knowledge, yeah, and it just keeps going deeper and deeper, and pretty soon you can push things farther, and pretty soon you have like tons of control over all the little parts of art, and you can like make people feel things when they look at your. Again, I'm not there. I'm not like, I don't know what I don't know, right? I don't know that I guess the fog of war analogy fails in that I don't know how big the map is, right? Every time I learn things, I'm like, oh, I didn't know this existed. Oh, it keeps going. Like, holy crap, I can keep learning new things. And so, yeah, you never know when it's going to stop. But anyway, that's kind of the analogy I think of. And yeah, so I guess pushing is just learning of a new dial to turn, right? You learn a new concept. Sorry, that was a long rant. But yeah, lots of concepts in art. The chess analogy I was going to make is, because this is the same in chess, right? I don't know if anyone likes playing chess, but in chess, the rules are simple. It's just there's concepts people much better than myself have come up with, like king safety. Go figure, you want your king to be safe or else you might lose the game. But this concept of what a safe king even is has layers, right? At first, it's just like, don't get checkmated. But then it's like, oh, what if I tuck it behind my pawns? Or I want certain amount of defensive squares so I can run to if I get checked. Or like, there's more advanced concepts. And each time you learn a new thing, it's like a new thing you have to think about. Anyway, that's big rant over. But yes, the idea of pushing things, I think, is it's quite fun. I like it. I like that concept of pushing stuff. And again, it's not always making it more extreme, as pointed out earlier. If all you do is make things more extreme, it can look really cheesy and corny and just not, overdone. It's not gonna. You don't want to make every pose turn into a cartoon or a caricature, right? Not every time you tell a story, they need to be these big exaggerated movements, right? Not every house needs to be, drooping and sagging and looking like a Disney house, right? Like, there are ways to do it that are more subtle and nuanced, and, a lot of it comes down to your personal preference and your taste, or the story you want to tell. Right? You can't make every painting with a sun into a sunset. That's going to change the mood in maybe a way you don't want, right? Like, I personally have a hard time painting like what's his name? I don't know his name. The dude who paints a lot of like really dismal looking foggy scenes in winter with like the big mechs and stuff in the background. I don't know his name, but like basically he doesn't have sun in his paintings, and we've joked about it before. He has some sun in his paintings. I can't think of his name, but anyway, that guy. Like, I have a hard time trying to make images with that mood because my brain wants to push the things more and more, and his paintings are so mellow that it's hard. That's a hard thing to pull off because like adding sunsets and vibrant lights and colors is just fun. And so, I certainly am not making like I'm not doing a good, I have I have a long way to go. There's always stuff to learn. So I definitely, in my rant here, I don't want to make it sound like I've mastered anything I'm talking about. But as far as I know, that is how my understanding of the idea of pushing things goes, right? And that's kind of how you make the choice of what to push, is sort of what do you... No, I don't mind foggy scenes, but a lot of times I do have this tendency to like add a splash of color. I don't know. I don't have any problem. Actually, my advice when you start is to paint foggy scenes because you're getting rid of the lighting, you're making it easier on yourself. So if you're trying to do environments for the first time, paint foggy scenes because they're easier, and I think, because then all you have to worry about is atmospheric perspective, and you don't have to worry about like the direct lighting, because direct lighting's hard. Then you have to figure out like where the shadows are, where the cast shadows land. You have to deal with like the bounce light and all the other fancy stuff. Faded Fatima, how's it going? Hello again. What are you working on today? I am working on just a little painting from imagination, fantasy painting, fantasy landscape, I guess is what you'd call it. I think I've gone overboard on these flowers. Funsies? Yeah, for funsies. Yep. Almost all of my paintings are for funsies. Here's another idea of pushing, and this is something about color. Like, sometimes you have a color in your painting that looks like a thing, and I mentioned this earlier with this pink. Sometimes you have a color in here, like if I color pick this, it looks purple or pink. Sometimes when you color pick something, if it looks pink, but when you color pick it, it's not. To me, that is like, especially if it's in the shadow, that's permission to make it actually the color that your brain sees it in the light, right? So if your brain sees this as a pink in the shadow, make it a pink in the light. And so my painting did not have pink in it before I added the pink in the light, right? But I did have this bluish color. And so in that sense, I pushed this bluish color all the way across into pink, and I made it like a pinky color, and then I turned it into a pink flower, if that makes sense. About anime swords, I feel like normal size swords have become so rarely depicted that it's a real issue. Like, they start to look small. This seems to be a recurring pattern in all kinds of aspects of art. Yeah, I think, and that's a good example of like pushing things in the same way as everyone else, and you want to do bigger and better. And I think that can be a little bit like, I don't know what the word is, but there is something nice about nuance, right? Like, I think a nice balance is you want to strike nuance. Like, some of my favorite colorists, I wouldn't even call them colorists, favorite painters, Cynthia Shepherd I'm a big fan of Cynthia Shepherd. Let me show you some of her art. I think she's a good example of someone who uses color in a way that is just really good. Like, she's classically trained as an oil painter. She's done a lot of work she's an art director for Magic the Gathering now, but like a lot of her stuff, like the amount of gray she uses is, in my opinion, phenomenal. Like, she has a lot of gray in her work, and yet they still feel colorful and lively, and like there's just a lot. Like, if you look in here, there's a lot of gray. Hey, we're getting raided by Ike. Welcome in, Ike. Welcome. I'm just talking about some color stuff, and how I like how much gray Cynthia Shepherd uses in her work. She uses it to tell a story. She's not trying to, but even her vibrant stuff, right? Like in this, there's vibrant purple. If you color pick this, I'm just gonna put it straight into Clip Studio. even her vibrant purples are very gray. They're not vibrant purple, right? So she's using a punch of color in a very deliberate way, but she's not making it this purple, right? Or this purple. I mean, maybe there's a few spots like, these deep purples and whoops, like a deep purple in here is pretty purple, I guess. Not even that's pretty dim. But like, it's very muted, right? Even her purples. It's just that she has such a contrast between all these other grays, right? She has very yellow grays and then very purple grays. And a few spots that are less gray than the others, right? And I love this stuff. I think that's super. I think that's well done. Ike, how are you, by the way? Welcome, Raiders. Hey, what's good? Hey, Ike. Interesting. Looks so much more. It does look saturated. That's because she's using color contrast, right? She's using warm and cool contrast, and she does a great job of it. And it's simple. It's well done, and I think that subtlety, the same goes not just for color, but also for shape design, right? Again, you don't need everything to look cartoony and exaggerated. Again, nothing wrong with cartoony and exaggerated, but not everything needs to be that, right? You can be a little bit more subtle with it. Again, I haven't quite figured it out, as you can tell by this color explosion of a painting. Maybe I would have done some good to take take some grays in here and push them back a little bit. Push some of my gray blues. So I'm by no means a master at that, but I do think it's good to keep it in mind of like how to push your colors. Try and, if you find yourself working with colors that are way up past the middle area here, there's probably ways to paint the same thing and make it feel vibrant without doing that. Whether or not I could tell you how to do it is another story, but there's probably ways. Anyway, yes, art tax. Thank you, Ike. I find it to be a lot harder to balance colors when they are also all too saturated. True, there is something. Yeah, it's funny because like I think there's a tendency to make things saturated, but it's also harder. So it's like we're making it harder on ourselves. Because let's be honest, if I feel like I'm committing a crime here, but if I were painting this, there is a good chance that at some point in the process, I would do something like, you know what this needs? This needs some glow dodge, and I would take a purple and I would go boom, and I would brighten these up. There's a good chance that would happen at some point because I can't contain myself. I would want to make these glowing. And I think the mark of a good artist is to know not to do that, right? It's just like, how saturated do you need it? Do you make everything glowing? Do you make these eyes super vibrant and, crazy saturated? Like, no, maybe tone it down a bit, right? That's what's hard for me is like sort of reining it in. So yeah, that's yeah, okay, let's take a look at Ike's work. Ike is great. If you guys don't know Ike, go follow him. Look, speaking of pushing things, look at this perspective. That's awesome. Amazing work, Ike. You can see this profile. His paintings are amazing and looks clean. Let's take a look. Also look at this. This isn't Ike's work, right? This is somebody else's. But yeah, Ike, this is great. I love this. Wonderful lines. We were talking about line weight and stuff and graphical reads, right? Ike, I think, does a great job of that. If you look at like Ike's shadows, right, these more solid shapes and these darker spots, that pushes the light. It pushes your attention to the light. Whereas, if this were more like realistic rendering, maybe you'd be able to see in those shadows, but nope. And that's good because it looks better this way, I think. Anyway, you like the graphical? Yeah, there's a lot of really cool stuff happening. Really cool graphical patterns going on. This is awesome, Ike. Wonderful job. It's a work in progress of a promo poster for your comic to get some hype for the impending debut. That's awesome. When does it debut? You said impending debut. When is it fully here? When is it fully impended? That's not what that word means. When does it launch or happen? When does it debut? That's the word I'm looking for. Drop the details. Or do you have a date planned? Maybe you don't. Yeah, so this is basically act as both a series cover, a thumbnail for platforms, and a poster. Nice. That's super cool. Speaking of that Cynthia Shepherd painting, by the way, now that I'm curious. Okay, so this is what I suspected. So I was like, so caught up in the colors and the saturation that I didn't even look at the values, right? The value range there's a lot of nuance in the value range. It's not just like in my painting, right? Already, I have them split up into foreground, midground, background. But the value range in the midground is basically one value. So coming in here and just adding some shadows, I think, right? Adding some nooks and crannies can go a really long way. I'm not going to make them super dark, but it can go a long way in adding, I think, some interest. And sometimes it's easy to forget that because you're so caught up on like your basic value structure that you forget to add the more nuanced stuff. At least I do. Anyway, I'm going to stop being preachy. And just paint. I'll go a little bit longer. This is normally about when we'll end, but I think we can go a little longer. Probably Tuesday, April 21st. Oh, nice. Like three weeks from the first. 3 weeks. Gotta do some math there. So what, yeah. That's awesome. You're going to be posting 2 pages a week, Tuesday, Friday. Nice. So are you, okay, now I gotta ask, are you done with it? And now you're just doing like a launch? Or are you still also working on it? Something about this thing I don't like. I feel like I need to bring this down a little bit. Maybe that's what I'll do. These trees will make themselves feel like they're sort of going down the... There, that's not bad. Maybe there's some lighter spots in the background too. Trying to add some value variation. Speaking of, so going, oh, first let me read Ike's thing. Actively inking pages and writing script, but I will have a small collection of pages ready to go as backlog so I can work with the post with balance. Nice. That's probably smart. Going back to our conversation earlier about pushing things and like pushing concepts, I think what gets really tricky, at least for me with that, is that at some point you get so many concepts and art in your head that it's easy to forget about some because you have to like slowly practice building them up and working with them. Otherwise, like you might forget that, oh yeah, I have control over my value structure. I've been painting my shadows the same darkness relative to my lights for years, and suddenly you're like, wait, I forgot I can make my shadows a little lighter and my lights can be a little darker. Like there's wiggle room there, and sometimes you just forget that you have control over certain concepts. You might get so caught up in making the structure of your painting clearly readable that you forget to focus in on the occluded areas and the darkest darks and having a nuanced values and local colors or something. Like to me, that's the hard part of art in some ways. It's all the juggling of all the concepts. Um, and just taking it slow and putting them into practice and revisiting ones that you knew about but you neglected for a while. I think that's how practicing, for me anyway, tends to look like. Is just keep and again, going even further back into today's conversation about like how do you practice architecture. Same thing is like just pay attention to all the concepts, like any art concept you can possibly think of that might even apply to this subject matter. Think about it. Pay attention to the bounce lights, pay attention to the materials, pay attention to this, obviously the form and the structure of the thing, pay attention to the general shape design, like big, medium, small shapes, right? Anything and everything you can think of that relates to art. If you pay attention to that, you might pick up some how those concepts are being applied in different types of architecture, right? And so a lot of what you're doing is just like making, you understand the concept well enough to make a note of it when you look at other people's art or real life. So yeah, that's my revised answer. And I'm going to make a little path in here. Now I do have a problem here. My problem with this path is one, it wasn't going where I made my focal point because I put like all this stuff over here. And so maybe I should, I don't know. I think it's okay if it crosses to the side, but I might want to put some flowers over here. Just to like outline it a bit. Gotta put dinner on. Yeah, no worries. Thanks again, Ike, for raiding. I really appreciate it. Thank you for bringing your community in. And yeah, we are gonna end stream in a little bit, although I am having a pretty chill time doing some little detailed stuff. Just kind of scribbling in some little details here. I don't know. Did I make it? I don't know. Should I have rotated my whole image just a bit? I don't know if I like that this is where it's starting, like this. I don't know. I'm gonna add some stuff in the background here. Just kind of some leading lines compositionally, just filling up the space with sort of texture-y shapes. Now I gotta think about the lighting. Some of this, the lighting is coming from behind, so maybe this will be like that, just like a few spots of brightness here and there, but not too much because again it is coming from behind. So I'm kind of trying to subdue some of these colors. Is that the right word? Subdue? I don't know if that's the right word. Trying to make it less intense. Is that what that word means? Am I using that word wrong? To like push something under control. To bring it under control, kind of. To make less intense or prominent. Reduce or tone down. Yes, okay, that's the word I was using. Yeah, so I'm trying to tone down the saturation here maybe a little bit. I don't know. Sometimes when I don't know what I'm doing, I'm just try stuff, and then it doesn't work out. And sometimes it will work out. So I want to try something here. I'm going to edit tonal correction, hue saturation. I'm going to crank up the saturation. Ooh, that's too much. Sometimes, though, what I'll do... Oh, take a look at the profile. He is utilizing Blender. Yeah, I did take a look. I took a very brief look. I didn't mention it much. What about it do you want me to see? Yeah, it looks nice. His stuff looks good. Yeah, he uses a lot of 3D in his process. He does a lot of different varied work. Yeah, it's definitely good. So here I'm kind of playing around with like, what if I make this less saturated and then I bring back the saturation in key spots, like just in the flowers, right? Or what if I do like another layer? So like, what if I do this? What am I trying to do here? What if I do like an edit, tonal correction, hue saturation? No, not that. So I'm doing some color editing here, color balance. What if I take my warms highlights and push them towards the yellow? No, that's not right. This is probably too bright, but I don't know. Now, obviously, these colors are not looking good, but that's... bear with me here. No, 3D is great. Yeah, nothing wrong with 3D. Straight away, I thought he was using 3D as a base. I didn't really like that. I think it makes it lack personality. Yeah, I mean, he's a concept artist, right? If you're doing concept art, that's fine. I think as like the visual appeal is, to me, not, might not be the biggest thing, but yeah, no, I mean, he seems like he's a good designer and he knows his stuff. He clearly has a good understanding of. I mean, he's certainly far better than I am at like color, lighting, design, probably the whole thing. Like, dude knows his stuff for sure. But there's also like, a lot of in concept art, right? A lot of the time you're not, it's not like your own personal style or your own personal look, right? All of his art looks different from one another depending on what projects he's working on. So like, I think if the goal, like, for art like that, a lot of times you have to kind of decide what you like about a thing, and then you sort of like, oh, I want to learn, I want to look at his art and learn from his his shape design or his just design in general, or maybe it's the, I don't know, something else, right? Like, or maybe in one of them it is his brushwork or different techniques or something. So it just kind of depends. Anyway, I'm bringing back in some of this light in here after I made these less saturated. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. I should have done a mask. Why did I not layer mask this? Shame on me. Here we go. Let's do a layer mask. Layer mask. Mask selection. There we go. Now I can erase it where I want. I can bring in this vibrant, this glow on the side of the light, or on the side of the trees, these yellows. But yeah, no, I do like the stuff that he does. There's a lot of really good artists on ArtStation. But yeah, no, I think in sharing art like that or other people's art, a lot of times it, like I'm curious what you like. What did you say about it? Um, like if it, yeah, like it definitely has like a 3D base look, right? And that does make it look very clean, right? A lot of times when you're using 3D, one of the telltale, I mean, again, it's not like you're trying to hide it, but one of the things that makes something look 3D as opposed to painted is oftentimes like the cleanliness of the shapes or the textures. If you do have texture, everything might be a very similar, not repetitive, but like like if you have a brick, how far in that texture goes is only going to be so far, right? You're not going to have these big crevices unless it's designed into the model itself. But like the texture is going to be, it's going to feel very samey and consistent. Um, Not always, but like that's one of those things that a lot of time, or like things will be so evenly lit, right? Instead of having all this like crazy bounce light and like artistic flair of sort of this your own like, you know, things. It feels very mathematical because it's lit in a very predictable way. And again, real life can feel like that, right? But I don't know. It's different, right? And I think it depends on what you're going for when you look at art like that. Like, what's the, what am I trying to learn, or what am I don't know. Like, whenever I look at art, I kind of have like appreciation mode and learning mode. And appreciation mode is kind of just like based on my not intuitions, but like personal preferences, right? Like I look at some artists, I'm like, wow, that's just gorgeous. And other art, I'm like, that's just masterfully done, and I want to know how they did it. Um, but yeah, no, I'm glad that you found an artist that you like. That's always good. I think that's part of what makes you better artists, right? Or us better artists is you actively find things that you like and appreciate, and you sort of understand why you like and appreciate them, hopefully, and then you can start learning about yourself and your own art. And anyway, I think this is a good direction that I went. I went from that to that. So in simple form, from that to that. So I've knocked back those blues a lot and focused in on I mean, the colors changed a lot, but this is my color edit, and I like it more this way. I mean, I do like the blue, but it was a bit intense. And if I'm being honest, it was the one part of the painting that I kind of just slapped in there because I didn't know what to do with it. And yeah, probably wasn't a smart choice. But I do like this. And of course I can come back in here, and now if you look, the shadows are still quite they're quite blue. So we haven't lost all of that blueness. In fact, we could even come back in if we wanted and crank up the blueness, right? We could even add some literal blue. I don't know if I want to, but we could. That's a choice. What else? Maybe these darker shadows in here. I kind of I kind of think I I think using all those so Drusilla says I think using all those tools for concept art is a little limiting. I don't know if limiting is the word I would use, but yeah, I think I get what you're saying. I mean, I feel the same. I mean, there's an argument to be made with same things with like a lot a lot of digital tools. Like if you use too much overlay, I've rambled about this before, and don't get me wrong, I love a good overlay. Yeah, overlay is awesome. But if you use a lot of overlay, it can push all of your colors to a certain look, in like it's like a formula, right? It does things to the colors that are in some ways like irreversible. Like it makes all of your colors more saturated by a mathematical amount. And you know those like math magic things where it's like I can guess the number that you're thinking. Take your number, multiply it by itself, and subtract 15, and then you divide, and then you always end with the same number. I feel like a lot of digital tools kind of do that. They apply this sort of algorithm on top of the thing, and they end up making all of your work, they kind of push it towards a certain look where, like, you're not going to get certain types of nuance because it didn't allow for that. It kind of snuffed it out. Whereas, like, again, this is where, like, nuanced and not super vibrant colors is a good example. If you start applying overlays and color dodge and all these tools to a painting like that painting I shared with, this painting by Cynthia Shepherd, right? You're going to get rid of all the nuanced values, right? Because her values aren't done by slapping in color dodge, right? They're nuanced and they're hand picked, probably mostly. I don't know. I'm sure she used some overlays too. But like at some point you start getting rid of those things when you're slapping in a bunch of other tools. And I kind of feel the same with some other tools like 3D, and there's sort of it puts it through a process enough, and I don't think it's bad, right, by any means, but I think for like personal art and illustration, it kind of at some point to me it all looks very samey, right? If someone uses heavy 3D in their process and heavy photo textures and a lot of, just a ton of these types of tools, it's very hard to tell one of them apart from another, right? A lot of times they all look very samey, and that's fine, especially if it's for concept art, because the goal is not to look fancy or like a personalized style, right? It's to design. But if you're doing illustration, it can definitely have a samey look, and it can lack a little bit of that like individual personal flair that you might want in sort of illustration. And so yeah, I totally get it when people say that they don't like it from a stylistic point of view, because I think that's totally fair. Because I do feel that. But again, most people who are doing it are not doing it because they love the look. They're doing it because it's quick and efficient, and it gets the point across, and it can have lots of detail with little time and effort of rendering the detail, right? There's reasons to do it, and they're all good reasons. The tools are guiding in some way. Yeah, maybe. Kinda. I mean, I would argue that they're not really, but I mean, I think at the end of the day, if you paint with like a crayon, right, your art is gonna look like it's made by crayon, right? If you paint with your fingers, you're never gonna get the fine, brushwork that you're gonna get with a fine liner, right? You're certain tools are gonna lead to certain types of outcomes, and I think that's normal, and I think that's okay. But yeah, 3D does have a look, and it looks very samey in some cases, I think. And not all 3D, of course, but a lot of times 3D has that look, like, oh yeah, it's obviously very much 3D. I don't think that's bad, but I definitely prefer a painted look a little more. I'm preferential to a painted style, and tools will always affect how your art looks, to some degree. So I don't think that's a bad thing. But no, I get it. I'm not a huge fan of the 3D. It's the same reason I don't photo bash that much, or almost never, unless it's maybe for like, if I got like depending on the type of work, I think photo bashing is fine, especially for like really polished finished stuff. Because if you want to make something look kind of realistic, like, you know, would it hurt me to photo bash some foliage texture in the foreground? Probably not. It would probably help my painting, to be honest. Especially if the painting were going to be viewed very small. You know, I'm not opposed to photo bashing, but you know, there is a point where photo bashing has like a look that is, you know, obviously there are ways to like make it look more painted and there's techniques to go over the top of it. But if all you do is just layer on a layer of photos and call it a day, you're going to have a certain look. It's going to have this photo bashed look to it. Again, not bad, but just maybe not what you wanted. You know, I guess it's the same way when people want something that looks hand painted and then it's like, oh, here's a digital paint bucket tool thing. It's like, well, they don't like that. It looks too digital, right? I mean, a lot of people have had those arguments with digital painting for ages, right? Or by for ages, I mean since digital painting was a thing, right? Not liking the digital painting look until they see a painting by like Greg Grozowski and they're like, oh, I didn't realize that was digital. So I mean that in and of itself has led to a, you know, a bit of a history of digital artists trying to make their art look less digital. And, you know, again, I totally get why, because digital art can have this sort of uniformity to it. It can look untouched by human hands, right? Like, and yeah, it's definitely a thing that I think every artist deals with, right? It's sort of thinking about those things and how what do you want your marks to look like, and yeah. It's Liam Quinn says, I knew an artist who all they did was put 3D models in Daz Studio and paint over them. That's all they did. And honestly, most of their work looked flat and samey. When that same person was given traditional media and digital, it didn't include 3D models. They fell apart. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a balance between like knowing your stuff and using tools to get a result that you want, which oftentimes is like speed, efficiency, and design, right? Like if your goal is, if you're a concept artist and you're designing, that's going to be your goal, right? So having these like handmade you know, that's not always your goal. So who cares? But yeah, if you're using those same tools as a crutch because you can't do it any other way, well, that's probably limiting you, right? Going back to our over the top, where is it? Our over the top example of the mixer board with all the, I don't even know where it is, but the analogy I was making with how you push a painting, or what does that even mean, right? The mixer board analogy, there's just a lot of tools you're not using if you're letting your tools dictate your art, right? At some point, being able to do everything by hand allows you in some way, not necessarily by hand, but actually understanding the thing that you're doing lets you have a lot more control over the outcome. And so you're not sort of beholden to the tool, but you're actually using the tool because you want to use the tool. Luna Alitas, hello. So beautiful painting. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like it. Sure, that can be a reliance on tools, but the point I was trying to make was more about art becomes art through working it out and not outsourcing it. That might even go so far as using reference instead of thinking through it. I mean, I don't want to get into a what makes art conversation. But I mean, I think I kind of get the vibe that you're giving off, but I mean, I don't know if I agree with that. I think when you're, I mean, like you said, if you're outsourcing it, you're not in control of it, right? And I think being in control of it, I guess for me, the line that I struggle with is, it's not even struggle with, but like the line for me in this conversation is where sometimes you don't even know what you're not in control of because you haven't been controlling it, right? Or you haven't been forced to control it. And so yeah, if you let a render engine do all the rendering for you, Now, probably you've moved all the knobs and told it what to control, but there might be concepts in there that you didn't even think about being in control of because you never had to think about it, right? And then when you go to hand paint it, you're like, "Oh crap, I don't know what to do here. Why is the light behaving like this?" Well, I don't now I have to figure it out, right? You're forced to make the choice as opposed to something else making the choice for you. Um, Obviously good artists know that stuff and not and the less good you are, the less you know, right? Like I mean there's kind of like a it there's always going to be people who don't know certain things and always going to be people who do, and I certainly want to be one of the people who can do it the longhand way even if I am using tools to do it. I mean, this is one of my rants against like AI bros that I struggle so much to ever communicate to any AI bro is like them not even realizing what choices they're not making, right? Them thinking that they're in complete control, and it's so obvious to anyone who's ever done art that they're not in control of their own outcome because all of their things are like there's no consistency, right? And it's like, well, it's clear you don't understand what you're doing because you're not the one doing it, right? You're outsourcing it. And yeah, there is a degree of outsourcing when I use like overlay and all that. Like, you know, it's much easier to understand what it's doing because it's more or less one function. It's just math, right? It's not making choices for me really. I know the choices are very predictable, and so any choices, but I think that's the big thing for me is like as long as the outcome is predictable and you are in control of it, there's always an opportunity to learn what it's going to do and how to use it. But yeah, if it's literally outsourcing it to someone else, well, that's not predictable because you don't know what they're going to do. You don't know why they made the choices they made. But yeah, from just a visual appeal style, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of like a heavy 3D look, but I think for designing it makes a lot of sense. I've used some 3D in my art before. Not a huge fan, again, not a huge fan of it. I don't really like the workflow that much, but in terms of making stuff that you're not claiming to have any authority. No, I think I get the vibe that you're talking about though, and I think a lot of artists feel that, right? I think a lot of artists look at heavy 3D work and just don't feel connected to it, right? And I think it can feel stiff and not, it's missing something, right? It's missing something for those people who look at it and feel that way, and I think that's totally a valid feeling, and I think it's yeah, it's I don't think it's a slight against digital to say that. I mean, same for digital, right? This happens with digital painting all the time. People will say, I don't like digital painting. The colors just look so bad, right? The colors are all vibrant and saturated and just they look bad. Well, sure. And that's totally a valid critique of a lot of digital art. And a lot of that is because the person using it didn't have a very good understanding of the tools, and so it all end up looking the same. And I think the same is true with 3D. I mean, some 3D looks amazing, right? Some is super stylized, some is super realistic. A lot of people have different control over it. But there is definitely a lot of 3D that just has that stiffness to it. And I think that's normal. I don't know. I actually want to do more 3D. I want to get to the point where I become used comfortable with it so I can use it better. I know a bit of 3D. I can do hard surface 3D pretty okay. I can do some sculpting okay. Um, what you mean by yeah? So somebody just linked us an ArtStation account by somebody, and they're just a concept artist. They're a concept artist who does professional work. Uh, and it's just 3D models, probably painted over. Let me give an example. Uh, this where it's very clearly painted over a 3D base. so stuff like this, like it's not bad. It looks great. In fact, even this is painterly, right? But it feels there's like a vibe to it. And again, I don't know if all this might be hand painted for all I know. I could be wrong in saying that there's no 3D in this, but I'm pretty sure there is 3D in this. And again, I don't have anything against 3D, but sometimes there's like a stiffness to it, if that makes sense. Like the line weight on these roofs are all the same sort of chunky thickness. If that makes sense. Yeah, that guy does a lot. But anyway, no, I'm not trying to like hate on anyone. I actually like that guy's art. His art's good. But you know, I think you typically would view a concept artist through the lens of a concept artist, someone who's designing, and not someone who is trying to make like, you know, a handcrafted illustration or something, right? That's very different. If you're doing an illustration for a book, that's going to look different. Or if you're doing an illustration for a card, right? Like, you know, sometimes it's is the critique that it's a shortcut to perspective. Oh no, I don't have a critique with 3D really. I don't have any issue with at all with 3D. Other than sometimes the vibe of the painting, like the style, I guess, just doesn't vibe with me. It just doesn't mesh with my what I like. Sometimes it feels a little stiff. Again, it's not a, you know, maybe it's like, yeah, maybe it's the perspective's a little too on point, and the lines are a little too straight, and the color and lighting information is a little too perfect, right? It kind of has this like this look to it, right? It's not a bad thing inherently, but it's not a look that I love. I don't look at it and go, wow, that's gorgeous, right? I mean, I think of myself as more of a painter in that regard. Like, sometimes there's certain artists who you look at and you're like, wow, their brushwork is amazing, right? What gorgeous brushwork they have. I love their brushwork, their strokes, the colors they use. I don't typically think of that when I look at a lot of 3D art because there is no brushwork, right? It's just like this texture. And a texture of one object is different than a texture of another, and there's no overlap between the tools used, right? You don't get a sense of like the hand used to make it. Again, nothing wrong with it. It's just my preferences. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird to have a conversation about art you don't like because that's kind of messed up in a way. But you know, I it's not really that I don't like it. It's just, I guess, just preferences, right? And I think it's fine to talk about preferences. Like if you, listener, are a 3D artist, I have nothing against your art. In fact, I would love to see it, and I would love for you to share because I can appreciate it, right? I can appreciate any art that people make. It's just like I don't paint that way because, or I don't work that way because I don't like working that way. That's really what it comes down to. And, you know, there's probably people out there not liking my art because it feels stiff and uninspired, and that's fine. I don't really mind. Everybody can like what they like. Hmm. What are the software used for 3D and digital spaces? Um, I don't know what everybody uses. I know a lot of people use Blender. Um, a lot of people use ZBrush if you're doing like non-hard surface stuff. I know a lot of hard surface people will use uh, Blender or Maya, I think. If you're doing like organic stuff like sculpting, I think a lot of people use ZBrush. I know ZBrush is big on like the sculpting side if you want to do like monsters and, you know, that kind of thing, like faces and things like that. But yeah, if you're doing just like laying in a whole scene, a lot of people use like Maya, Blender. I don't know what else they use. I'm sure there's a whole. I mean, I've used SketchUp, so Google SketchUp. It's super basic and but it can get the job done if you're looking for like hard surface lighting information, like, you know, put up some buildings, call them, you know, put up some big chunky squares and make them towers and put a light on it and get some shadows. Like, it's pretty good for that. You can do quite a bit in SketchUp. Yeah, I think it's just called SketchUp now. Back when I learned it, it was called Google SketchUp, but yeah, it's not bad for that. Yeah, I'm not super well like educated in all the, especially the newer 3D programs. Okay, I'm not making any progress on this painting. I'm not really sure what I'm trying to do right now, to be honest. I should probably call it a day, but I think we made some good progress today. Blender's great. Yeah, Blender's amazing. I'm terrible at it because it's so massive. Blender is like to me, Blender feels like Photoshop on steroids. It can do everything. You can paint in it, you can sculpt in it, you can animate in it, you can video edit in it, you can literally do everything. Uh, and it's amazing at all of it. Although the video editing is a little clunky, but it can do it all. People have made entire movies, entire productions in Blender, from everything from the initial sketches to the 3D to the rendering to the animating their 3D models, like everything. Like, people have made, I believe, like, wasn't the film not Flow, was it Flow, was made entirely in Blender, I think. I don't know. I think there's been handfuls of movies made entirely in Blender. So yeah, Blender is crazy. Yeah, the one with the cat. Yeah. Uh, yeah, Blender is a crazy program. It can pretty much do everything, and yeah, it's completely free and open source. It's anyone can download it and use it. You could do it in five. You could be in it in 5 minutes and doing stuff with it. But good luck figuring it out because it's so there's dude. Okay, so when you open up Blender here, maybe I can show you. Oh, I can't save this right now. Hold on, let me save this real quick. I'll never come back to this. We can just okay, there we go. Maybe I'll open up Blender and show you. It's insane. So when you open up Blender, there are about 10 windows up here for different things. And then there's a menu in here that's like windows, and then you can go in and realize that there are about 100 other windows, and each of the windows is like in its own program. So one window will be like video editing. That will be an entire window that isn't even active by default. And when you click on it, it's an entire video editing software. And then you have another one for like animation. And it's an entire animation software. And you have all these windows, and each one is crazy. Let me see if I can't show. Do I even have Blender installed anymore? I think I do. Okay, I'm not sure what this is gonna. Oh, I'm gonna make sure I open on my other screen. It's so powerful. There's so much here. Let me open it up on my screen because I don't know what, it might have opened up a project or something on the side. Ah, welcome in. We're getting rated by Wolfie Arts. We are getting ready to end. Okay, so let me delete the stuff that I had going on here. So let me show you. Okay, so if you open up Blender, and I'm no Blender guru, I don't know crap about Blender. Also, hi Wolfie, how's it going? Welcome in, Raiders. Hope you're doing well. How was your stream? Here, let me turn back on my face. So yeah, we were just talking about how massive Blender is. Okay, so this is probably an older version of Blender. So you have uh, general sculpting, modeling, all this stuff, right? But then there's like, okay, so you have 2D animation stuff, you have VFX. Oops, hold on. Let's add another thing. VFX window, compositing. You have an entire compositing screen. It has all of the stuff that you would ever need. It has its own menus and bars up here. But if you add like another thing, let's say video editing, you have an entire video editing program in here with its own like interface and everything. It's wild. There's so much stuff in here. It's just you can do everything in this program. You can do shading and texturing and animation. I mentioned all that, but like there's so much stuff. You can do scripting, which I don't even know what scripting is. Is this coding? I don't know. You can do there's so much stuff you can do. It's a massive program and I don't know how to use any of it. But yes. We see forest landscape. We want to learn. Hey, Wolfies! So I'm about ready to end stream, but yeah, I can movie scripting. Maybe it's movie scripting. Oh, like screen, like writing the script. Probably that. Or visual scripting, maybe. I don't know. There's a lot you can do. But anyway, so yeah, welcome in everybody. My name's Joe. I paint stuff. Today we are painting some landscape. So we did this today. We did a bunch of thumbnails. We started the stream off with some thumbnailing. We selected one of them, and we picked this one. And then I'm working on it till the end of the stream, and this is where we ended, or ending, probably. And yeah, we're just doing some doodling. Now that I'm getting a second look at it, I'm not loving all of the stuff that I've done here, but that's okay. How do you get so many ideas? Most of the ideas are really here. I can show you. I can do a little sketch right now. Most of the ideas are not super well thought out. They're just me playing around with shapes. This one, for example, was literally someone saying paint with red, and so I painted with red, and I made a little castle. This one I started with some blues, and then I made some icy stuff. Right? This one's swampy. Nothing crazy. No crazy ideas. But yeah, I can show you. So maybe a lot of times I start very simple with just like some basic land formations. So let's see. Maybe we do something purple. We don't really have any purple in here. Maybe we want a purple sky. Maybe we want a darker foreground. So maybe as it gets darker, it'll become more red. And so I'm just going to shift the gradient a bit, add some stuff. Maybe we want a little house. Maybe we'll do a house. I'm just going to use a lasso tool here. Very, oops, that's not a good house shape. That's okay. You know, maybe we want something like that. Maybe we'll just start with simple shapes. Maybe it's a house and a tree. Very basic. Some distant background stuff. Again, there's not really an idea right now, but maybe I decide that I want there to be, again, I'm liking these giant cracked walkways and stuff. Maybe there's like a path or something here, and you know, maybe we put some stuff there, and maybe we just want to maybe there's a wall or something here, and so we paint some stuff that's going to look like a wall or a fence. Maybe we want to introduce some color, and so I'm putting in some, you know, green, maybe, you know, over the top of the wall. Maybe there's some greenery. And so I'm playing, you know, a lot of playing with values, a lot of playing with, you know, maybe I want some green in the background because the purple is kind of a weird color. So I put some green back there. Maybe we want some lighting in here, you know? And so maybe we can put some green up here too to make it, hold on. Just gonna put some stuff there. Maybe some lighting. And so we might play with some light. Maybe there's I don't know, something like this. A light that comes in here. Maybe we'll use an overlay later, because that's always fun. Or like color dodge. Or no, overlay is fun. Maybe some overlay. Or maybe color dodge. What does color dodge look like here? We could maybe do something like this. You know, again, this is a little bit ridiculous, but yeah, sometimes I just start like this and we play around with colors for a bit. And then once we start to get something that we like. You know, maybe I want the light to come in here, and then I just basically just start painting it using my knowledge of painting stuff. I don't know if this is going to look good. I'm not really sure why the light is here, to be honest. Let's actually get rid of some of that. But yeah, maybe there's some light. Maybe this stuff is in light, so we have some, you know, green grass up here. I don't like what's happening in this painting at all. But anyway, a lot of this kind of thing. Maybe we'll just turn it into something else because I'm struggling. Some perspective. So yeah, we do a lot of this. A lot of, actually, let's take some of that red. Nope, that's bad. Maybe we put a little bit of a shape here. Maybe there's some green grass on the roof. Maybe that would look cool. A green roof. And then maybe the light is being cast down here. And so you have like a light like that and like that. That's kind of fun. And then maybe there's like some shapes over here. Anyway, so now we're just painting stuff. But yeah, a lot of my thumbnailing is like this. So it doesn't start out with like a big idea or anything. It just starts out with shapes and then I go from there. So a lot of times when I'm painting, that's kind of how I form it up. And then I'm thinking about composition and you know, maybe I want the sky to be a little more blue because maybe I'm realizing this is a little bit more realistic. And then with a blue sky might come slightly bluer shadows. So maybe I want a little bit of blue in the shadows in here. Maybe I'm deciding that I want more ground plane to show. I don't exactly know what's going on in the background here. You know, maybe more blue in these shadows too. We can add some fill light. Make this roof shape nice. Maybe I like this green in here, and so I want to put some green grass growing in here. And actually, these green grass can make some nice shadows on the fence here. And so we're gonna put some stuff growing up there. Right, and so a lot of times it's like that, where the idea is sort of, you know, the lighting is the idea in this painting, right? Kinda. I don't know what's happening over here still. Maybe we go more green. I'm just pushing this towards basic colors, but that's okay. But yeah, anyway, I didn't ask. Do you have art tax? I want to see art tax, Wolfie. If you're here still and you haven't ran away to go get food and do all the things that one does when they end stream. Maybe a little tree. We'll go back to what we were talking about earlier with the little trees, negative spaces, and then some little stuff. And I think that we're getting to the point where this is becoming a little scene. Very, very basic. Again, not a lot going on. Let's make it purple. Paints purple away. I know I painted the purple away. Let's add the purple back in. We'll add a little river of purple. Here, we'll add a river of vibrant, bright purple. We'll put that in. And then we'll make the purple, like, flowing over. There. Like a toxic purple river flowing through. There, and it's affecting the flowers and making them vibrant blue, right? And it's changing the color of the wildlife. And again, how did I think of this idea, right? That was the question earlier. How do you think of the idea? Well, one, you gave me the idea of like, oh, I got rid of the purple. Well, in me saying let's bring it back, I made the idea of let's make a big river that's purple. I don't know. It just, and then from there I'm building off of it and saying, well, what if the purple river is toxic? And what if or maybe it's magical, and maybe it's making all the plants and stuff colorful. And so now these plants that were green, I'm going to actually change them a little bit. Maybe we can still have the green ones out here. But maybe these plants over here are going to be like, you know, a blue color that is super vibrant, or, you know. Yeah, like magic talk. Yeah, like the magic is leaching into the environment, right? And so maybe we have, and of course we still want to do like light and shadow, right? So some plants in the shadow, right, over here that are a dark blue, and then once they get into the light, they get very vibrant blue. And so we want a whole variety of that. And again, I don't know what this stuff is up here. Maybe that was just a fence. So maybe we get rid of that. I don't know. Or maybe we continue this all the way and do something like this, where we just continue this one all the way down. Maybe there's a whole bunch of houses here. Or maybe it's one house and this was like the sunroof. And, you know, maybe there's like a... Yeah, maybe there's a sunroof here. And it's actually... Maybe this house is a... Maybe this is the front of the house, right? And so we want to change it. And the shadow will actually be cast here. And so this is the front of the roof. It's going to go in like this. Fascinating to watch. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, so maybe we want to change it, right? And so the roof's going to come down like that, because now this is going to give us a better way to, you know, maybe there's a little window and we're going to do like a witch's hut or something. And maybe there's a, again, that blue. I want to mimic that blue lighting. Maybe these are like thatched roof. I don't know how thatched roofs look. Oh, weird tangent alert. Hold on. Okay, I don't like the way that this roof is looking. It needs to be taller. And I want it to go off the screen, I think. I don't know. I'm not sure what's happening here. Very strange architecture choices, but that's okay. One square window, one round window. Classic. Classic, yeah, no, that's dumb. But anyway, yeah, there we go. And then oh, now we need a path for the door. Oh, we gotta have a door in here, right in the middle. Big tall door. Yeah, we'll make a door. Maybe the door can be a different color. Maybe it can be purple to show the, you know, why not? Maybe a little stairs or something, and then a path. And the path, of course, isn't going to have the green. And so we just put the green, just kind of blobbing around it. You know, stuff like that. Maybe there's, what else in here? Could be a place in Arcane. Yeah. The purple leached into the wood door. True, yeah, maybe it's coming from the door. You know, maybe it's an old, you know, witch's hideout in their cauldron. They left to go, you know, to the city or something, and their cauldron overflowed and polluted the grounds, you know. Maybe it's so maybe we want to play it up. Maybe we take like an overlay and we really want to push the color here, and we go crazy saturated right around the house, and then we go less saturated outside of that. So maybe we go like, you know, there's a little bit of story. I don't always do storytelling like this, but it can be fun. You know. And then of course we could figure out how do we actually want the building to look. You know, maybe it's not this shape. Maybe it's a different shape. You know, I don't know. I'm obviously running out of space here on my canvas, and so I don't really know quite what's happening over here. Do we want to paint this side of the roof? Obviously my perspective is god awful right now. But I think the idea gets across, right? This is where, like, we could almost start over and make this better, right? We could use this idea as our new jumping off point, you know? Like, I don't think this looks good, but the idea is kind of fun. Here, let's cut that off there. But anyway, that's kind of what I do. I do a lot of that on stream. And then we pick one and we work on it. Make it better. Yeah, so a lot of times, because I remember how I started with just purple, I was like, let's start with purple. That doesn't necessarily mean that this is the best way, this idea, you know, of a, you know, if you were instead to say, what if I started with a, you know, a witch house whose cauldron, is that how you spell cauldron? Overflowed and, you know, polluted polluted the environment, right? If that was the thing that I started with, maybe my painting, maybe I would do some thumbnails and try different ways to paint that thing. And I probably wouldn't end up with this exact image, right? I could do something better. This image got me to this idea. And that's kind of what my thumbnails are for, is to like, they're getting me somewhere that is a fun starting point. And this is not the ending point. This is the starting point, right? And so I don't need to have a good idea to start a thumbnail. I can just start painting and hopefully I'll find something, right? Like it's kind of exploring ideas, thinking about different ways you could take a thing. They're not always fully fleshed out. Sometimes if I get stuck, sometimes I'll play around with lighting and I'll darken an image and say, what if it were at night? What if this stuff is, this cauldron stuff is, it's glowing, right? It's illuminating, and maybe there's bioluminescence in here. And suddenly we have an entirely different mood. Maybe we have some moonlight shining in. In the witching hour, right? Exactly. We got some witchy moods. I like this painting better than what I've done today, but that's okay. Maybe we'll save it for next time. There's some weird witchy stuff happening. Vibes. Yeah, and I like to play around with color and mood and, obviously we could have made these flowers. We could have gone in detail about what these flowers look like and, all that, but we didn't need to. What knobs do you have to turn to arrive at the new version? You mean from that to that? I thought the painting overwhelmingly looked bright, and I thought let's add some lighting because there's no direct lighting really. Like we kind of had some lighting here. Like there was kind of some lighting here, but I was like, let's make it darker before I add my lighting. Like let's make the lighting more exaggerated. And so the knobs that, the metaphorical knobs that I'm turning are, let's darken the scene so we can make the light brighter. And then I said, okay, well, if I'm darkening it, is it going to be warmer or a cooler darker, right? I could have gone, hold on. I could have gone many ways. I could have darkened it with like a dark red, right? I darkened it with like a blue, right? I did something like this or something. But I could have darkened it, but I chose dark blue because it was like a nighttime color. Yeah, that was kind of the direction. I darkened it with multiply instead of overlay because I didn't want it super saturated. Whereas if I did overlay, it would have been more saturated. And so I used a multiply. And I left out this because that very quickly it became an obvious point of visual contrast I could leave. I could still... Oh, let's get rid of this. I could still come back in here and do like an overlay or a glow dodge or something. And I could have made this like, what if we had a sun shining in here, a little bit of light, peeking through from the horizon or something, right? We could add a little bit of light coming in and like lighting up half of the doorway. So maybe we do something like this, right? Where we just like shine a light halfway through. Or something, and maybe we want the roof to be lit, right? We could do that. But either way, the way that I arrived there was through the choices of this thing is a little bit I don't know if that's a good route to go. Right? We could also, right, speaking of contrast, maybe I want someone to be home. And maybe that there's somebody inside, and so there's clearly lights coming in from the outs or from the inside, right? Or maybe I want the contrast to be in the river, and so I light up the river more. Maybe I want it to be, the light poking like a sunset, and the light is, coming through the trees there, right? These are all different ways of doing lighting, and there's a lot of different choices I could make. I'm not sure which is, the route I want to push it. I could push it any number of ways. Some of it just depends on like the story or the vibe I would want to tell, Like I think that's part of with like lighting effects. Maybe I want something like that where the light is coming through here. It kind of just depends on what you're doing. Anyway, did I ask for art tax? And did you share any art tax? I'd love to know what you're working on, Wolfie. But yeah, I think a lot of what I do on stream is kind of that, where it's sort of I am playing with choices and what the choices do for the art and which direction do I want to push it, right? Do I want to push it one way or the other or neither? But yeah, anyway, I have a lot of fun with this. This is my happy place, playing with colors and stuff, and yeah. No, this painting's fun. I could work on this next stream, maybe. Which, by the way, is a perfect segue to saying my next stream will be Monday. Monday will be my next stream. Don't know if this is the painting we'll work on then. Probably not. But we'll probably do more thumbnailing. Maybe I'll include this in the thumbnails. Yeah, I might include this in the thumbnail and then we'll vote on it. Maybe there's a tree here or a couple trees. I'm not really a big fan of the composition here or the perspective. There's a lot of wonky stuff going on. Let me undo some of that. Okay, Wolfie said... Here, oh. What did Wolfie say? Wolfie said... well, today we made some character sketches, but trying to get more concept painting illustrations. Rated because I just started a commission some days ago in a forest. Oh, nice. But we'll join in more in the next stream. This is so much information I need to learn. Oh, well, keep in mind, anything I say is just the way that I do it and the way I think about it, and it's by no means the end-all be-all of how to paint or what to do. Like, I'm just one dude, and I'm not a super pro by any means. So I do what I do and I try to explain it, but if you're painting an environment, there's lots of ways to paint environments that are not the way that I paint environments. So just be forewarned, I guess. Kind of playing with now I'm darkening this scene too because it was fun in the last one. Sometimes it's also I just play around with stuff and sometimes you stumble across ideas. For example, like this. By me adding these deep shadows under here, I'm thinking like, what if it almost made it look otherworldly for a second. With like the shadows wrapping around the trees and having these weird dark shadows in the background. Kind of gave it an interesting look. And like maybe I want to continue with that, right? I think a lot of this, especially when I'm using things like overlays, I think every painting for me has some point of like experimenting. Typically I do it at the start. I don't like to do it this late in the stage. Yeah, this is a little too late for me to add some of that. But I did like that shadow here, right? I like that there was a shadow under this tree. Looks a bit like when you vanish the canvas by darkening it. Varnish it? Oh, like varnish it like with the in real life? Like adding a varnish? Or when you vanish it? I don't quite know what you mean by that. Let's see. Today you made some character sketches, but trying to get more constant paintings. But we'll join. Okay, yeah, no worries. You don't need to share any art or anything. I think everyone has knowledge of value, and you're sharing so much value. Oh, well, thank you. Maybe a varnish? Yeah, like a liquid in real painting. Gotcha. Yeah, it does have that effect a little bit. Yeah, it makes it a little bit more vibrant and saturated. The problem with that, if you do this too early, I find, if you do too much overlay, obviously you don't want to go this heavy-handed. That's going to look terrible. But if you do this too early, or too late, I mean, it can ruin the stuff that you did. Like, so I'd like to be a little careful with it. I like to experiment early. Uh-oh. It's saying I can't save because I ran out of memory on my computer. I should probably end stream. But I do appreciate everybody hanging out. Sorry you're from Germany? No worries. No worries. Sometimes these words sound a bit too similar. I got it. No worries at all. But yeah, it's late for you. It's 1 p.m. Or it's 1 a.m., right? In Germany? No, wait. Not yet. It's an hour earlier. Isn't it only midnight? I don't know. You guys change your clocks tomorrow, right? I think in Germany you change your clock tomorrow. I can't remember if it's because I know it normally at this time. Okay, yeah, tomorrow. Because normally at this time it would be 1 a.m. for you, but you haven't changed your clock yet. So, yeah. No, you change it on Sunday, I think. So it will be tonight. So yeah, tonight in yeah. Well, good luck with the time change. Us over here in America, we have already changed our times, so I'm already used to the new time zone, but or the new time change. But yeah, it's always weird. It throws the whole thing off. Also, do I like this on second look? Not really. I'm gonna push some of that back. Ooh. Do we go vibrant? No. That looks terrible. Okay. I think I gotta end stream here. I'm tired. But yeah, this was a fun painting. I might work on this more at some point. I don't know when, but let's go raid somebody. And thanks again for being here. If you're, I do have a YouTube channel. I stream there. Technically, also on Twitch. I mean, I only mostly stream on Twitch, but I have a VOD.